They were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays. Way back a year ago, I've changed for the better this time. I thought I would never be fine. I strive just to say I'm alright. And for the first time in a long time, I'm alright. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays. Way back a year ago. I'm not falling. I'll push all my chips and call all in. I'll bet on myself, you keep stalling. I hear destiny and it's calling. I'll keep my head up high through the downs and lows. And we're all going live, still nobody knows. But I'ma choose what's right and take what comes and goes. And ain't no one in life holding me back no more. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays. Way back a year ago. Back a year ago.
This song is fitting, isn't it? Especially for everything happening lately.
Seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago. But all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays. Way back a year ago. I've changed for the better this time. I thought I would never be fine. I strive just to say I'm alright. And for the first time in a long time, I'm alright. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays. Way back a year ago. I'm not falling. I'll push all my chips and call all in. I'll bet on myself, you keep stalling. I hear destiny and it's calling. I'll keep my head up high through the downs and lows. And we're all going live, still nobody knows. But I'ma choose what's right and take what comes and goes. And ain't no one in life holding me back no more. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays. Way back a year ago. a year
A year ago. Wow. I like that song. How is everybody? I'm happy. This ain't fake. I'm happy. I'm fine. You know, it's weird. It's so weird. I gotta say, when I think nothing more can happen on YouTube, it does. So it's not if, it's when, right? So if you ever start a channel, be prepared. How is everybody? Hope you're doing better. Hi, Cassie. I am. I mean, it's weird. If I hadn't caught Team Rose's show and literally seen that I was being set up either by, I don't know, I was thinking about this today. We're a bunch of snapping turtles setting Morbid up to get me to come up to ask questions about Ernie, and then Ernie comes up and then he sets him up. I don't know. But, you know, I'm a believer, and he was on my side. He was, because I was tired. I was nodding off when I was watching some videos, and even when I was leaving some voice messages for friends. Like, that's kind of scary when you're leaving a message and then all of a sudden the little stream's going by and you're like falling asleep. It happened twice. Oh my God. I was like, oh my God, I almost fell asleep. So anyway, um, I stayed up and I saw all this weird stuff. Like, it was weird, you guys. It was like a bad movie. It was like, I won't say from what program, but these mods were going into another on another creator's chat who had been against me for going on 12 days, and then there was like even more hate, and it was weird because I felt like Exodus comes to mind. It's like people wanted an exodus of me. It was more than being ostracized. It was a strange feeling. So, I gave someone a phone call and I said, "What is happening?" And this person chalked it up to not just walking away from my 12-day situation, which I found interesting, because then that made me think, okay, this is what I've learned. There's creators that have other creators' backs, right? And those creators can get all their subs to back them up and either support or possibly raise Cain. I mean, anything can be done. And this is what I've said in the past about mob mentality. Even if it's a positive thing, it's still a mob mentality. I always thought mob mentality had to be a negative, but think about it. A mob is a mob, right? It's a bunch of people. Mentality is we're going to all stick together, believe either the narrative that has started, believe what we want to believe, regardless of what we're told or what we're hearing. I mean, I'm just saying my experiences. This is what I've experienced. So I tell my truth. I'm open like a book. I'm transparent. But yet, by the people that don't want to hear what I have to say and want to believe the narrative that's put out there, or the lies, whatever you want to call them, then I'm the liar, right? I'm the liar. I'm lying. I'm making up lies why I didn't go see my mom. I'm making up lies why, I flew over the state of Iowa to go to Virginia. I'm making up lies that my mother never had visitors. I'm making up lies to just save face. No, I'm not. In fact, I'm the only one that's been honest. You know why I know? Because I've been honest from the beginning. Nobody told me I had to go up on panels. Nobody told me that I had to be part of Dolly Vision every single night, except 3 times. Once I was 20 minutes late, and 2 other times I can't even remember why. I don't know if I was sick once or I slept through it. But out of 365 days, I was up there. And I was a co-host, asked to be a co-host, and more than likely that's why, if you think about it. I was a very loyal supporter and always available. So we probably figured, okay, I'm going to ask her if she wants to be co-host. She's always here anyway. People seem to like me. And honestly, I think people liked my transparency and my bluntness, as long as I wasn't hurting anybody else. I was willing to put stuff out there. Now, that can be kind of a catch-22, right, you guys? Because I got a message in Messenger basically saying, I'm going to strike or report. No, not strike. I'm going to report Ann's channel. And I'm like, okay, I didn't even know anything about it. And then she said, you should go over and take a look at it. So I did. And it was about me. And honestly, I wasn't surprised. I knew I had hit a nerve in that situation last night up on another creator's panel. But in all honesty, I plumb forgot that I used the word bully with her. It was probably like 20 minutes in. First, it was things like, why are you being rude? Why are you asking me these questions from way last summer? I stated I've already answered these questions to how I want to answer them and in my way. Why am I being asked again? So when I hear her and other people go along and say, I was just asking a question. No, you were demanding me to answer. You were demanding of my time, and you really only wanted to hear what you wanted to hear. And so if people don't want to hear what the person is going to say and it's their truth, why ask them? I mean, think about it. That tells me people that are asking me questions about summertime or why did you start a channel? I've had people say, oh, Paper Cut Tina started a channel to get on Turtle Island. No, I didn't. I knew there was going to be another season, but I didn't know when. What, in a month, in 2 months, in 3 months, a few weeks? I didn't know. I started a channel because the kittens were born, and it was just going to be Kittenville and just videotapes, nothing live, not videotapes, making videos. And then Suzanne Morphew's remains were found after 3 years, and I was in utter shock and so relieved because honestly, I thought she'd have some justice because I fully 150% believe that Barry, her husband, did it. I mean, her phone's pinging all over the house inside. He more than likely was chasing her with the dart gun, not the dart gun, the whatever it is that you the tranquilizer gun. And that's because, there was one in the pocket and this and that was left in the dryer. And then he was jealous. And do you know what I mean? And he was basically just freaked out, but yet he was cheating on her too. I mean, they're both not innocent, you know what I mean? But she was really unhappy and wanted to leave. And her own daughter literally said, Mom, the younger one, which I think was it Macy? Was she the younger one? Anyway, she said, Mom, you need to get a restraining order and then divorce Dad. How sad is that? Think about the fighting that went on in that house for her own daughter to say that. You know, oh, I think it was Mallory and was it Macy? I can't remember. But, and then the mom disappears, you know, and honestly, I don't blame those girls. They can't go there in their mind that their dad did it. They can't. They've already lost their mother. You know, you can't fault them. But anyway, I was like, oh my gosh, I have to talk about this. And that's when I decided to, you know, learn StreamYard the best I can and watch umpteen different little 2 minute and 4 minute and 8 minute videos. I didn't know how to do anything. I don't have anyone, you know, living with me that has ever done this. I mean, all of it, having to wait 24 hours, you know, and then you can go live the next day, and you have to verify, like you have something has to be verified through YouTube first. I mean, you don't just click a button. And I mean, it's been fun learning it along the way, but it's a lot. And honestly, it's been worth it because um you know, it's my channel in the beginning. It'll be 6 months in 19, 20, 20, in 3 more days, 6 months. My channel was true crime. You know, I covered all those serial killers from different, you know, countries all over the world. I mean, it was depressing and scary, but you know, riveting, I thought. And you know, I was gaining subs by it and everything. When I started, I had 82 people that had subbed up, and I didn't even have a channel. Now, the other thing I didn't know is everybody on YouTube can have like a channel, or they already have one or something. I was like, what? I'm Paper Cut Tina 2332. I have 65 subs, and then I had 80, and then I was like, what? So anybody can do it. But for me, just after the holidays, I wanted to kind of mix it up and make it different, but I had no clue what about. So I covered all that domestic violence, the classes that I took in 2001. And I mean, it was learning about boundaries and learning about marital RAPE and learning about the control wheel and codependency compared to interdependence and all this stuff. And for me, it was fun to go over all that stuff again. I knew I was helping at least one person out there that might have been in a domestic violence situation and think it wasn't even that bad, right? And feel like there's no hope. But like I stated on that program, we were never allowed, with the group of women that we were with, to take them aside or even say during the group sessions, oh, wow, really? He follows you, you know, onto the elevator every time you come home? What? He doesn't let you wear what you want to wear? You've got to get out of that situation or he's going to kill you. No, 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 no. Because that's the most dangerous time, when the man or the woman, because men get abused too, leave. That's when people disappear. That's when they're maimed or killed. And it's 75 or 78%, I can't remember the exact number, for women when they leave, and it's 13% for men. So there is a difference, but still. So anyway, I talked about that, and then I just kind of shooted the shit or whatever and would sort of try to read chat. And then I started doing more panels. And basically, you guys, I don't really know what I'm going to say. Nothing is massively planned unless I have notes. And even then, I don't always know what I'm going to say and or how I'm going to react. And that's pretty much why I changed it too from the Paper Cut Tina to PCT, which stands for Paper Cut Tina, is extreme because it is extreme. I could be laughing 1 minute, crying the next. I'll say I'm going to have a 2-hour live and it's 5 or 6 hour live. I mean, it's just spontaneous, but I think people like that for some reason. I don't think there's a dull moment on here. And I have fun and I get to say hi to all the turtles that, I miss from Dolly Vision's side. So the name of this, you guys, is Repeat for the Snappin' Turtles. And that's because I think it was 2, maybe 3 nights ago, I discussed all this stuff that's being brought up again. Why doesn't my son work? Why is he living here? Um, Things like who has not custody, a guardianship is coming up, all this kind of stuff. So, excuse me, some of the things that are being said out there are wrong and false. So once again, on repeat, I took notes because I am Paper Cut Tina and I've always had notes. And basically, my life can be picked apart. Those were Dumplin's words. I listened closely. She said, well, if you're going to put your life out there, then we have the right. We have the right to pick it apart. Okay. Well, I'm not going to change me. I've already divulged everything in my life. I mean, there's really not much more. I will say right here, I did not give alcohol to minors. They snuck, well, my son's friend snuck it in when I was gone for a couple hours. Oh, well, I'm the adult. I wasn't there. It happened. And I remember now what I pleaded. I knew it started with A. I couldn't for the life of me think of it. It's the Alfred plea, right? Alfred plea, where you admit some guilt, but not to all the circumstances. And my lawyer told me I darn well better do that. And I said, are you sure I'm not going to go to jail? Because, my daughter was young. And he said, no, you don't have any prior anythings. Trust me on this. And I did. And it was scary. And I did have to pay. The judge said, has she, I don't know how it was worded exactly. Have you received any funds for your services? Something like that from Megan. And my last name, was said. And he said no, kind of quietly. And she said, $400. And that's the way it goes. And then there was the fine was 500, so there was another 80 plus 20 made the 100, and it's probably court fees and whatever. And it took me at paying a measly 25 a month. I think it was 4 years. I said the other day it was 3 years. I think it was 4 years till that was paid off. And I had to go into the courthouse and get the little piece of paper, and I wrote a money order and blah, blah, blah. I can't remember what year this was. But you guys, I mean, that's not that bad of a record. I've never had a misdemeanor. I'm not a felon. And I say this like this, not to judge other people that have been through this, but think about it. My life is so dissected And people want to find dirt on me so bad. There isn't any. I mean, I've said everything. Everything from the thing with Chuck in the past to, getting my daughter back from CPS, all that stuff. Within 3 months, mind you, not a year. I didn't lose my baby like some people, although my daughter was 7. But I don't have any regrets. That's why I'm still sober. I did suffer. I was alone. My parents were in Iowa. My sister was in Missouri. Okay, I didn't have family, cousin, uncle, nobody to cry on their shoulder, go have a coffee or go to a movie. No, I was alone. I was. It was me and my cats. And books. I literally read so many self-help books, and a lot of people think that's ridiculous. They don't help and all this. I'm here to say they really helped me. I journaled for the first time. I wrote down what I found interesting and that I wanted to remember. And I have 8 journals from all these books that I read. One of them was No Regrets. One was poisonous people, toxic relationships. That was really good. And some others. I can't even. The Road Less Traveled. I'm sure you guys have probably heard of that. Living in the Moment or something. And then other ones on happiness and things like that. And all of my AA literature, you know. So, I didn't want to get a sponsor, and no one told me I had to. They told me I should, but I waited. I waited a couple of months, and I found a really nice lady who actually lives in Vegas now. She's been there a good 7, 8 years, and she was my sponsor for 5 years. And then she moved, and yeah. So anyway, again, I never know what I'm going to talk about or say. Appreciate everyone being here. And I said one name and I forgot to say the others. So Turtle Madness, High Mission, Mary Jane, Tina K, and Ann P. How are you doing? I've been getting your emails. Grace and Mercy Believe, according to Leanie, she's a good friend of mine also. She says, oh my God, yippee. And now someone's knocking. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Blue Eyes. I said Kessie Thompson already. She liked the song. Yeah, it's nice. It's very fitting, Some things have changed, some haven't. Oh, maybe that wasn't in the song. Or maybe it was. I don't know. Glitters and Gold. She's always here. Trace, I'm surprised to see you. Nice song. It's Truth Will Be Okay. That's nice. I'm surprised to see you because, I don't know, but you didn't like me anymore. I'm just going to say it. Aaron Eberhard, Ryan Bremer, Joni. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. Town Crier Official, Night Watch MGA HBD. Beautiful song, Tina. Thank you. Mr. Marcus. Hi there. Whimsy Wits, Cotton Candy. No, I'm not going to cam up because I've been tired lately. And it's, you know, Ernie Shell's right. Stress will really flip and stress you out. My neck is more sore more often. Um, I'm, you know, oh, I better fix this. I said I was nodding off. Someone's going to interpret that I do hard drugs and I'm nodding off. No, I've never done hard drugs. I've never used a, NEEDLE in my arm or anywhere else. I learned a lot about it in my outpatient therapy. Boy, did I learn a lot about it. And boy, am I glad that I never tried it, tried it or became addicted to that stuff, you know? Anyway, so yeah, when I'm not so tired and I feel like fixing myself up and things are a little less stressful in my life, I'll cam up. I certainly don't mind. Hi Mary Jane. Hi Barbara Smith. Hi Truth Saker. Truth. Listen, I can't even talk. Truth Saker. Truth Seeker. I love you too, hun. Yeah, the reason I'm happy is I'm seeing and learning that I'm able to weather these storms, you guys. And some are like blustery winds, right? Some are literally like a tornado. Some are like hurricane winds. That's how I would describe yesterday and everything with going on Morbid and then being accused of setting another creator up. I mean, not even being accused. We're talking, I'm just going to say it, you guys, nailed to the cross. Nobody called me or took me aside and said, hey, you're being accused of this. Did you do this or what? No. It was like troops were marching in going, we're going to pick her up and either take her to a plank and push her off, or I'm just going to say this. You know what it felt like? You guys are going to think I'm being melodramatic. It felt like I was going to be, I don't know, grabbed, put in some wagon or something, and taken to a guillotine. Seriously, like beyond mob mentality. Because what was happening is I was just in that creators program earlier in chat, and people were like, hi, we love you. Everything was fine and dandy. And then I go over on a program that's about me and Rose. And I said, no, I'm going to decline. And then I thought, well, no, I better at least be up there if I need to defend myself. We both go up, and then lo and behold, she dropped down. I didn't know why or anything. The only reason I typed in her chat is I was being accused, blamed, singled out for what another creator had just gone through on this creators panel. And I had no damn clue what I was even going to be asked. So when these little sexual connotations and innuendos were coming up, you guys, yes, I was giggling. I didn't know what the heck to say. I'm in the middle of two men up there, right? I'm the only woman, and different words are being said, and by the not the owner, but the creators panel that we were on, and I giggle anyway. All right, you guys, even when I was up on Uncensored, people want to say I was always giggling at Jimmy. No, I was giggling at Wild Angel's laugh, which is hilarious. Even Anne made me laugh now and then. I mean, people are funny. Some people laughed at me. It's funny, but Sherry and I being friends again, it's literally like where things used to be for her and I. It's very relaxing. That's how close we were before. We were literally able to pick up where we were before. She comes up on panel a lot with me. Um, and she laughs at my jokes, and I don't really know why, but she does. Um, so yeah. Why do we have two of these? I'm gonna expose everything about you. And then she says, Tina, don't worry about Miss Ann. She ain't pretty like she said she is. You guys, the names that you people pick out are hilarious. Neither is Dumplin. Well, look, I don't come out and say, "Oh, these people are jealous of me," or blah blah blah. I don't. You know who says it? Chats. From where, I don't know. Mine, other people's. Oh, they're just jealous. They're just jealous. Well, then the next thing I know, the people that are mad at me, the first thing out of their mouths are, I'm not jealous. Why should I be? She's saying I'm jealous. No, I'm not. Chats are, other people. This is what I'm saying. Anything can be said out there, you guys, about anybody at any time. And now we have people literally taking our avatars, cloning us, and hopping around and saying what they want. When you think about that, that's kind of dangerous. I mean, think about that. What if someone took my avatar, which they did, by the way, over in Ann Horn's thing, and literally said something to the effect, what was it? Your ears or your nose look like a frog or something? Now, Ann read that and she was just like, oh, okay. And then I think she said she can come up if she wants. And then she said, block her or check that person. And then they did, and they found out it wasn't me. So thank God there's a way to check people's avatars. What if there wasn't? And people were going around making threats, saying they're going to hurt someone or whatever. Think about the mayhem and the craziness that could cause. I really think YouTube should do something about people being allowed to have so many gosh darn, apparently they're called sock accounts, right? Sock accounts. I learned that the end of last year. Anyway, so, with this avatar that was made for me, um, and I liked it. I liked it for some different reasons. I like the fire in the background. I don't know what on earth I'm holding. Somebody wrote it in chat once. I can't remember. I don't look at that costume as a Wonder Woman thing. I don't. It's kind of warrior-ish to me. I don't know, but my face, I don't look like a 20-year-old in it. Maybe a 30-year-old or a 40-year-old, but I think it's more of a, and it's certainly not a cartoony. So I just like it. And it's been fitting because I've had to be a warrior, you guys. I have, and a survivor. I know people don't want me to stay on YouTube. I know people want me to disappear completely and break down. I mean, I don't really know why. I mean, I don't. And because this is the thing, you guys, think about it. If you were open and transparent with your life, your past, your present, and even your possible future, your plans. Okay, I don't really know what mine are, so I'm really not that open with that because I do try to live sometimes one moment at a time, 1 hour even sometimes, and one day. But it's hard for me. I'm always future tripping. I just am. And, but anyway, what if people out there scrutinized and dissected every little thing in your life or your past? I mean, think about it. I mean, let's just say this is a hypothetical. What if someone out there, and this is depressing and sad, it actually happened to my ex, not my husband ex, my ex-boyfriend that I had a year and a month ago. For 8 years we were together. Um, something happened to his brother. I'll just say that. But what if it happened to someone else and you were blamed, like people said, oh, why did that happen? Let's look into this. Why did the brother unalive himself? Oh, were you mean to your brother when possibly you had the most loving, incredible relationship, right? Or, gee, he lived 1 block away from you and you couldn't see him? You didn't bother? Oh, it's your fault. He unalived himself. I mean, do we really have to go there and dissect every little thing in people's lives? And what you need to ask yourself is this: what if it happened to you? I'm here to say that every single one of us, we may not have skeletons in a closet, right? I don't. I've bared my soul. And because of that, I almost think people are upset. This is what I'm beginning to think. People are mad that they can't find any real dirt on me. They can't. I've been an open book, and I did that on purpose. All right. I've been honest about my age when other women are like, oh, I'm above 50. We'll leave it at that. No, I said my age. I didn't even think I'd be on this earth that long. I just didn't. I was kind of a risk taker and a partier, and that's what people did in Burlington, Vermont, a college town. We'd hop around every gosh darn bar every weekend, and then when we were done, we'd go to a party like we needed it. But I could handle that back then. But I disagree with Dumplin'. Just because you put your life out there and you feel that you can be transparent and bold. I've been bold, you guys, and strong. I have. I mean, think about it. And when I talk, I'm very detailed, and that's just me. I don't know if it's a Midwest thing because I am from South Dakota, or, you know, is it just me? I don't know. Maybe I kind of like to paint a picture instead of just saying I went to the store. I went up the hill, right? On my bike to the store type deal. And yeah, I nearly got, someone ran the light when I was trying to cross. And, I stood in the middle of the road with my bike and just shook my head and didn't even care if the other cars hit me. And that happened to me. Whereas other people would be like, yeah, I almost got hit by a car, but I made it to the store. No, I'm more detailed. And I think it's because I'm trying to paint a picture, possibly so the person I'm telling the experience to can feel it with me. I don't know. I don't hardly know why I do what I do, but that's even scrutinized. She talks too much. She this, she that. Well, then, I'm on Morbid's panel, been told plenty of times, not plenty, but enough. And so I sit back and I even, mute, and then I'm scrutinized for that. Uh-oh, she didn't stick up for him. She didn't come to his aid. She didn't say anything. Well, first of all, I'm on mute. He's pretty much answering everything fine. I did try to be part of the conversation a few times, talk about this. Oh, can you mention this and whatever. And so that's what I'm saying, you guys. If I talk too much, it's wrong. If I don't talk too much, it's wrong. It's all about perception. I really feel that, you guys. YouTube is about perception and the belief systems that go around. I mean, I'm thinking back now on all the bullying Bullhorn Betty got. And I mean, it never really bothered me because it wasn't happening to me, right? But now I'm like, wow, how does she persevere through all that? It's like constant shows made about her and dissing everything about her, and she just keeps going. So, but I do disagree with Dumplin'. I just do. Just because you put your life out on the internet doesn't give anyone the right to scrutinize, dissect, interject. Everyone can have an opinion, but to interject it as truth, that's wrong. And then to say, oh, she's lying. No, I'm not. My mother really did have visitors. She really wanted me to come a different summer. She probably figured it's been so gosh darn long since we've seen each other. What's one more year? Think about it, you guys. Think about it. And it's just the pettiness. So anyway, I disagree that people should be allowed to bully and cyberbully and do mob mentality just because people put their life out there. That's wrong. It's just wrong. So anyway, I'm going to go over my notes. I call my mother every single week. I've been doing that my whole life. When she lived in New York, I lived in Vermont. When she lived in Florida, I was in Okinawa. Then I came back. She was still in Florida. I was back in Vermont. That's why I've been here so long. I've moved so much, I'm sick of it. Not counting living here in Washington State, the 2 different times when I was married to my ex. And yes, I've said that. And the first time he divorced me, and the second time I divorced him. And it's just not a big deal, but people want to make it to be. Now, no, I don't call her every day. For one, she's a very busy woman. All right. Her brother, who is older now, he's 80. My mom's 82, not 83, as Miss Rose wants to very often say, because apparently after or at the age of 83, she believes and states emphatically that you're dying. You're dying. Maybe she's right. Maybe everyone's starting to die at the age of 83. But I've never heard that. My mom's healthy and she's doing better with her pacemaker. And I said this 2 nights ago. Half of her heart is enlarged and it's genetic from her mother. She even asked me because of the stroke I had. She said, did they find, that you might have an enlarged half heart? And I said, no, I sure hope not. Like that kind of thing. So, and you guys, my mom just couldn't catch a full breath when she laid flat back. She had to sleep a few nights at an angle and almost sitting up. She thought it was her lungs. I'm the one, probably because I had my stroke 3 years ago, that said, Mom, that could be your heart. And she said, well, it's interesting you said that because her husband, I won't say his name, said the same thing. She had tests done and it was. That's what happened. But we talk all the time. We're so incredibly close. You know, I love my mother so much. You know, my daughter, when I get off the phone with my mother, especially with her being older, I don't positively know if I'll ever talk to her again or hear her voice. I'm not on FaceTime. She doesn't want to do FaceTime. I've told her, I'm like, I have an iPad. I could literally get you an iPad and we could see each other's face. And her words are, oh, Megan, you know, I understand that, but I just hate that technology. And then I say, well, I do too, Mom. Yeah, we can just talk on the phone. But I've tried, you guys. I think if she was willing to do it or try it ever with anyone, I think she'd be amazed. She'd probably be like, oh my gosh, right? She'd be able to see her granddaughter and her grandson and the pets and, you know, whatever. If I buy something new for the apartment, but she doesn't want to do that. Maybe because she's older, she's trying to hang on to something of the past. I don't know. But so many people do that, right? They do FaceTime, they do even texting. We don't even hardly text. But by gosh, we talk every week. And with her husband, you know, getting cancer and trying everything, right? First the chemo, then the radiation, then having part of it cut out, and the tumor got a little bit smaller, but not small enough. And now he's dealing, you know, with the colostomy bag to save his life. And, you know, my mom, my mom's a nurse or was a nurse, and she doesn't mind being there. But you know, I tell her everything about my life and she tells me about hers and we're very close. And I kind of wish she would get one of those, what are they called? Those life, whatever, you know, you press it if you fall down or whatever, you know, if she was ever going for a walk, which she still does a lot. I worry, you know, what if there's snow and she trips on a snowbank and I don't know, you know what I mean? But she tells me not to worry, and so I try not to. But when I get off the phone with her, sometimes I literally sit on the couch and I'm bawling. My daughter comes in and says, she's like, did you just talk to your mom? And I'm like, yes. And I'm crying. But then within 2 or 3 minutes, I stop. Because honestly, you guys, I'm used to not having holidays. I'm used to not being close to family. I'm used to it. I mean, every Thanksgiving and Christmas and birthday and Mother's Day and all those special days, Easter, my birthday, hers, I'm so used to not being with family and being with my kids that I don't even get sad. It's just a given that I'm going to cook and I'm going to sit at the table with my kids and we're going to have Thanksgiving. It's not traveling. It's not getting on a plane. It's not getting on a bus. It's not traveling by car. I don't even drive. I have had 2 permits, but I don't feel I got enough lessons in to even get my license. In hindsight, I probably gosh darn could have. But my son was 4 and I was a nervous wreck. You know, I mean, I had the very few lessons that I did by a friend that I met at church, and he was in the back seat. And I was like, oh my gosh, I did it, but I didn't feel like I got enough parking parking lessons in. And then boom, right? Is it 6 months? The learner's permit or driver's permit or whatever expires, you know? So I did it again about a year later. And I waited a year because I moved to Iowa and I was visiting and staying and was going to try to find a permanent place in Davenport, Iowa. And I don't know, that place just, it didn't work out for me. I mean, I got hired. She had a place for me, but I just felt, I don't know, like I felt really alone. You know what I mean? I didn't have any kids then. And I was missing Joe and talked to him after a few months, and he was missing me, which was shocking. And he told his mom he was going to remarry me, and she was for it, which shocked me, right? Now maybe that's because I was 24, yeah, and he was 22, because I'm a year and June, July, August, September, October. I'm a year and 4 months older than my son's father. So yeah, he was, 22, going on 23, and I was a young 24-year-old. And that marriage lasted 2 years. So maybe his mother thought, okay, so that was 86, and then we got remarried in 95. So isn't that 9 years later? So 9 years later. So she probably thought we were more ready to be married. And, we stayed together a good 8 years. But, it got difficult. It got difficult. And I won't bring it up because I've already brought things up in the past. Do I harbor resentments and bitterness? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. When he gets along with me on the phone and he's sober, I can totally put that on the back burner, laugh, talk, be fine with him on the phone. And he knows it. I mean, he sent me flowers when I got home or the next day after my stroke. I was shocked, but touched. I've known him a long time, like what, 35, 38 years or something now? I mean, that's a long time. I met him when I was 23 and I'm 61. So what is that? 23, 33, 43, 53, 63, but I'm 61 would be 40 years. So we are looking at 38 years knowing someone. That's a lot. And I haven't said very nice things on here about him, but by gosh, the things he's told my son, and the things and the emails that he sent and things that he's even said about my daughter. I mean, personal things. And I'm not going to get into a big discussion on it, but things like, your mother almost didn't even want you. He typed this. Didn't even want you, was going to abort you. Well, first of all, I don't believe in that. I don't. And yes, I did have one when I was 30. I did. And there's thousands, if not millions, of women that have also done this. I didn't feel the remorse and the sadness about it until I had my own children. And that's the truth. Then I just sat in the bathroom when I came across a paper when I was like going through my stuff, and it had the date on it when I had this done and how far along I was. And I was bawling my eyes out, bawling. I even asked God for forgiveness. I was thinking about how old the child might be. It was awful. And I ended up going to the library and getting a book. I think it was called something like The Seasons. The Seasons. And it was really good. It's a book for, I mean, you guys, there's pastors' wives that have been through this. And it's beyond painful for them to talk about, but you have to get through it. You have to forgive yourself at some point. I was 41. My daughter's dad was 25. Things were great, but then I was seeing a real scary side. A real scary side. Now, I didn't know he was bipolar, and neither did he until 2 years into our relationship. And it explained a lot. The hypercriticalness, his rages, being judgmental, getting mad at a man that looks like he's 96 years old and isn't pulling out of a parking spot soon enough and giving him the finger. Who does that? You know what I mean? So we're talking like really impatient. I'm the gosh darn opposite. I mean, shoot, I'd sit there for 15 minutes if I had to. Let the guy back out slowly if he has to. But anyway, we were opposites, but we stayed together nearly 8 years. And, that's so weird. I've said this before. The second marriage, I'm with Joe 8 years. The time, because we didn't get married, I was with my daughter's dad, was 3 weeks shy of 8 years. My last relationship with Darren was 8 years. So I don't know what that means, you guys, but it is what it is. So, I figured I'd be married and, whatever by now, but it's just her dad, he cheated on me, and I just was shocked because I'm going to say it again. Our sex life was good. We could talk. We were intimate. Things were good. But then, and the best they ever were in the 8 years. And that's when he chooses to so-called stray on me and then outright cheat on me and then get the woman pregnant within 2 weeks. I was just, my whole world turned upside down, and my daughter was little then. She was like 4 or 5. And I had to like start over again. You know what I mean? I didn't know what on earth to do. I didn't know anything. And actually, that's when I started dabbling in the Mike's Hard Lemonade, thinking I wouldn't, want more and want more and want another one. But that's what eventually happened. But I was sober. I was completely sober for the 8 years I was with Joe. And I knew, for one, I needed to be right to raise my son right and to get up and spend time with him. But the main reason I did it, you guys, is his father was still drinking. And we had already been through enough arguments, situations, jealousy, all this stuff in Okinawa with the first marriage. I'll be damned if I'm going to lose my son. So anyway, the narrative was out there that I drank my whole life until these past 12 years. No, I also have 8 years back from 95 to 2003. So that doesn't make me a saint. That doesn't make me better than anyone. It's just facts, and it's my life. And this is what I mean. People want to, it's like this. If a creator says it on her, right, program, and all the people in chat love this person and look up to this person, well, by gosh, it's got to be true, right? And if it's said on a live stream for the gosh darn world to hear, well, it's got to be true. No, it isn't. There's so many rumors and false things that are spread. It's just incredible. So the other thing, I don't know, you guys, how far South Carolina is from Georgia, but bless Anne's heart that she could get in a car and go to the nursing home and visit her mother. I don't know. Does that take all day to drive that? Is it 2 hours? But what I can tell you, or is it 6 hours? I can tell you it's not as far as half of the United States away. There's a big darn difference because when you're going to go that distance, you have to fly. You've got to, or it'll take you forever to get there. And I should know. I've been in the car from Vermont to Seattle. When Joe drove that, it took him 36 hours to get from Vermont to, I believe it was Chicago. And he drove day and night, practically grew more growth than I've ever seen on his face. He was exhausted. And he was driving the rest of the way. We nearly died hitting the back end of a semi in Montana, one state away from where I'm at. Think about that. It's like 3 a.m. I'm in the front seat, of course. He's driving. I'm sleeping, probably had my head on his leg or something. I'm laying down, or maybe I was leaned back. I don't know. I can't remember, but I was sleeping. He doesn't even swear. He does now. He didn't back then. And I hear this really quick, either oh fuck or oh shit or oh something really quick, and the car jerking. I wake up and we're swerving around a huge semi that we accidentally creeped up on, going the regular whatever it was, 55, 60 miles an hour, that Joe didn't see because it was gosh darn foggy. So we're tooling along and he almost hit the back of the semi. We make it clear across the United States, except practically nearly could have died in Montana. We were heading into Butte, Montana. I woke up, I was jerked up by the jerk of the car, and I was like, what? It was like shocking. Not counting the times I've taken the Greyhound bus from Seattle by myself all the way to Rhode Island to visit a girlfriend and to stay there for a while. And then another time, I took a Greyhound bus from Seattle all the way to Florida to my sister's. So I've done a lot of traveling. I'm kind of long distances like that in cars or even buses. I'm burnt out. I'm tired of it. And thankfully, I haven't had to do that again. But I haven't had the money to just fly anywhere. And I hadn't flown, you guys, in like 30 years. When I took a trip this past summer, it was kind of scary for me. Now that's the other thing. My son is 28. You all know that. Everyone's saying it all over the internet, repeating what I'm saying. My daughter is 20. The thing is, they're both adults. I'm allowed to leave if I want to. I was only gone 3 days. I mean, or no, 4 days. But I had to travel on 2 of those, didn't I? So the thing is, I left a list. I paid my daughter. She wasn't depressed. She wasn't scared. She wasn't even sad. And it was a good experience for him. This is why I'm sharing this, because she told me it was good for her because it proved to herself, that if anything ever happened to me or if I have another stroke, blah, 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 whatever, that she could take care of herself. And I was a little bit concerned that they might butt heads while I'm gone, or nearish the end, or start fighting, or, maybe my son may not be as patient as he should be with her and whatnot. But it wasn't like that. It was not weird. It was really great. They got along great. Everything was great. We had that really bad kitchen fire about, I don't know, 12 years ago. It was really scary. So I told her, I said, please, please, I'm only going to be gone. I'll be back on the fourth day. Please, no matter what, don't run the oven. And she didn't. They were fine. And I had a lot of food here. I had grapes and berries, and my son, because people want to talk about food and say that I don't make nutritious meals just because I admitted I can't cook. Okay, a lot of women would lie. Oh, I'm a good cook. I'm a good cook. No, I'm not. I'm not a bad cook. Anyone can follow a recipe book. I can. But, I've got a small kitchen, and I don't have tons of pots and pans. And, I don't have all those amenities that other women have. I'd probably feel more like learning how to cook nice, good, interesting meals, if I had a bigger kitchen and had someone to cook for. Because the other thing is this, you guys, my son will not eat things like casseroles, stews, homemade soups, homemade macaroni and cheese, homemade anything. All that stuff that's like homemade and put together, enchiladas, whatever, he won't eat it. I don't know why. I'm thinking it's the mixture of things, and he doesn't really know what's in it, even though I'll tell him, this Ma's hot cha chili I made has this many peppers, and has garbanzo beans and corn and tomatoes, and I know you don't really like all those things, but cooked together it's really good. And he'll try it, but then he doesn't like it. And it's just the way it goes. He likes sandwiches with no condiments. Everything has to be dry all the time. Whenever we go to McDonald's, which is not even once a year, but we might meet my friend and get a blizzard or something in the summer, my friend Terry, it's just cheese on the burger and that's it. And that's just the way it goes. In tacos, there's no salsa, there's no sour cream, he doesn't like any of it. So, and hot dogs are plain. And I'm the opposite. And so is my daughter. We like the onions, and she doesn't like mustard, but I do. And I like sauerkraut, and she doesn't. But everything's plain for him. He won't eat salads. Thank God my daughter will. But I'll slice up carrots and celery, but he won't eat carrots anymore, you guys, because 5-6 years ago, a little teeny part of one got not stuck, but he could feel it in there and it bugged him. He spit it out, but he won't eat carrots now. And so this is all part of I don't know if he has Asperger's. My mother thinks he does. She even sent me a book on it. Now, I honestly answered 20 questions honestly in regards to my son, and every single one in there, except the clumsy. In this book, it said that children, anyway, with Asperger's are clumsy, and he's not. He's not. He doesn't trip over himself. He can hit a ball like there's no tomorrow. He's good at sports. He's really a fast runner, like really fast. He could run down these steps and down the sidewalk and catch his bus. It seemed like 2 seconds. It was probably 4, but it seemed like 2. He's lickety split. The thing is, everything else applied to him for Asperger's, you guys. So there's a big part of me that thinks he has that, because certain sounds, they don't just bother him. He cannot take it. There's a difference, right? Is a child acting up, or do they really have an issue? Is it a mental thing or whatever? So the noise, the foods, the social anxiety, the generalized anxiety, the would rather easier to talk to someone younger and emulate with them and hang out and feel safer. I mean, all of it. It's like, I mean, my son last year was playing Beyblades. There's nothing wrong with that. But the thing is, most 27-year-olds aren't. He was. And he enjoyed even bringing him outside on the sidewalk and sharing him with the other kids. And they were like, ooh, wow, can I spin that? Can I try that? And you know what I mean? Now he's grown out of them. He's gotten rid of all of them. Some of them we gave away to a couple of younger boys out here. I think they were like 12 or 10 years old. But, he didn't dare go outside and play with those things with other kids, because how is that going to look? How is that going to look? Right? He looks older than 18. Why is he sitting there playing these games, right? With younger kids around here. And sure enough, some mother said something to her son. It got back to me. I was nice. I understood. But I said, no, he's not a bad person. He's on the autism spectrum, and this is what he likes to do right now. And she's like, oh, okay, I get it. Well, I just wanted to make sure. I mean, this is life. They're more vulnerable. They're more gullible. Okay, they just are. He walked downtown. This was just 2 years ago in the summertime during the day. I've said this story before, so I'm going to say it again. And an older man had a dog, and he felt like, because the man's older, like in his 50s or 60s even, and had a dog, he has to be a nice person. Because I asked him, why on earth did you get in this man's truck? And that's what he told me. And I said, look, Parker, just because someone has a dog, I try to explain these things, right? Without getting upset or in a frenzy. The man lived on a boat, right, along the bay here, and said, you can live with me, but you have to be naked the whole time. I'm not kidding. I'm not even kidding. Luckily, my son stayed calm and just said, no, I don't want to do that. And I think kind of the fear/apprehension, social, I don't want to say ineptness, but whatever came across to this man, he let him go. He let him go. And we told him, you're lucky. You're lucky. So I'm sharing that because people think he can just live on his own. People think he should be on his own. I can honestly tell you, from the way it's so hard for him to touch certain things, move things umpteen times, being very, very scared of even a little bug. Needy isn't the word for him. I think part of the reason he knocks on my door, it's not even always for food. He doesn't even need food. He has dinners. It's a snack. That's the other thing, you guys. I'm not giving him a bag of chips for gosh darn dinner. That's ridiculous. It's 3 hours earlier here. I mean, think about that. That's I mean, we have dinners. He eats dinner, but he just kind of wants a snack. And I like a little bag of chips now and then, or a soda or something. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If I leave the snacks in the kitchen, my daughter won't get any. She won't get any. It'll be gone. And yes, I have food stamps. And this is the other thing I need to cover, which are in my notes. I don't take his food stamps. I take them, and he's come with me, and he's picked out everything he wants. And he was over by like $60, and it was nothing but candies and snacks and whatever, but I knew he needed the experience of shopping. And he was embarrassed and didn't know what to do, and he walked away from his cart. And I said I was kind of sorry to the guy, and I said, we've got to take $60 worth of stuff out of here, and we did. But my son couldn't handle the moment and walked away from his cart. So he could have learned like life skills, and self-determination was another class. I'm on repeat now. And driving, learning how to drive, and self-esteem in community transitions. But I'm here to say that when he lived with me, because I shared custody, we had joint custody, he made it on the bus and he got there. When he lived with his father, he did not. I was getting phone calls. I was being told we got to set up a meeting. You both need to come down. And then finally they had to let him go. And that's due to alcoholism, that happened with him over there when he stayed across town. And I'm pissed about it. I'm pissed. His life could have been so gosh darn different. We heard about the program through his very best friend, who we met here when he was 19 and my son was 16, I think. Now this guy is 31 and lives about an hour away, and they still talk. But his friend has had, many good jobs. His friend was able to literally get off SSI. He used to be on it too. So it angers me when I'm being blamed by the internet or the chat or just people that don't even really know my situation and what he had a chance to achieve, persevere through, and finish. He could have gotten his GED, because guess what? His dad, I'm going to say it again. Sorry, Joe, if you ever see this, but it's facts. You didn't get him on that bus. He dropped out in the middle of his sophomore year. He missed half of sophomore year, all of junior, all of senior. And I believe, honestly, that's why he doesn't have as many friends. Because that is where, isn't it? You can meet lifelong friendships, or at least friendships that you go into college with or whatever. He didn't have that. In my eyes, he was denied that. It makes me mad. There's nothing I can do about it. It is what it is. But don't 23 years later try to blame me for everything. That's what the internet's doing. That's what Anne's chat was doing tonight. Like, oh, he should be in his own place and working. No shit, Sherlock. And I'm not calling Anne shit Sherlock. That's in general for the public. No kidding. guess what? He was in his own place. Just like Dumplin said. Thank God she said it. There were those, posts on people's doors about a meth problem. I was shocked. This was an elderly, disabled place where my son was accepted. Now, after he came home, I think it was the moving back and forth. I just do. I think it really did something to him. 19 times in 4 years. Yes, I counted. He became just, I don't know. Like he didn't necessarily want to be here, right? But he didn't want to be there. His dad was drinking and changing in front of his very eyes. It was getting worse and worse. But I think he was maybe a little embarrassed. He's, living with his mom and his sister. We're both women. I mean, it's hard. And he'd be promised something and he'd go back over there and it wouldn't last. One time he went all the way over there, hours away, and within 2 days called me and said, I want to come back home. And I said, well, that's up to your dad. He just got you there. Is he going to drive you back? Guess what, you guys? He drove him back. I was shocked. So Joe knows it. I've done most of the raising of him. But we have, or had, because he's an adult now, joint custody. And I did. I sacrificed my family living in the Midwest because Joe is from here. He is from a town near Seattle. He's also lived in another smaller town. And this is where his family is. He has many brothers and sisters. His mother's here. His father is not. His father passed away was it 80? It was right after we got married, so in 86. And I promised him. He said, if I sign these papers, you're never going to take my son from me, right? I knew he was really scared. I could have said, no, I'm not. Sign the papers and then go to the courts, do whatever. No, I didn't do that, you guys. I kept my word. So for all of you people out there that want to try to make me feel like shit because I don't see my mother for 4 years, 4 years before that, 12 years this time, 2 years before that. I've seen her probably 8 times in the last, she came up here 3 different times, once with my sister. I went to New York once, that's 4. I went to Key West another visiting time. I might have seen her in Davenport. No, I didn't see her in Davenport. I might have seen her in whatever that town's called. I can't even remember now. And then my mom, after Key West, moved to Floral City. Okay, so that's about 7. And then there's the time when I went to Key West and I wanted to explore downtown, or not downtown, explore Key West. I'd never been there. And boy, there's a lot of bars in Key West. And it was around 5 or something, and I was walking around and I stayed out of the bars. I didn't just head to Key West and walk into a bar. I was kind of nervous. I was alone. I'm not from there. Everything's pink around me and all lit up. The water's there. It was beautiful. And then I was just, I don't know. I just gave in to temptation and I told myself, you can have just 2 and then you're going to head back. And I didn't. I'm here to say I was talking. I met people. I told them I was from Vermont, visiting family. just feeling more and more relaxed, more comfortable, met some people, headed down to the first time I've ever been to a bar that was on the beach, ever. And let's see, how old was I? I didn't have kids back then, so was I 28? I don't know. I was pretty young, but I didn't have any children. And yes, I came back. I was up all night partying. I was on this beach and everything else. And I got home and my mom was livid. She didn't scream. She didn't anything. But I remember her husband did. He's like, "Who the heck do you think you are? Do you have any idea how worried sick, your mother was?" And it was embarrassing. I was crying. That didn't make me stop drinking, though, did it? Did it? Even that demoralization moment. I begged her to let me stay. I said, "I won't even go downtown." She said, "Nope, we're putting you on the plane." They drove me to this pink airport. I was crying and I said bye to my mother. And I felt really shitty about it. And that's a personal thing that I divulged with Rose, and she blasted me for it. "Oh, she got so drunk, her mother didn't even want her there." No, my mother wanted me there, but her husband said no. And she had to abide by what he said. He was beyond furious. And I ruined my time to be there. I was supposed to be there, I think, a week. And I was put on a plane the next day. The next time I saw her was no, then she moved to Floral City. Before that was 4 years prior. And I spent 2 weeks with her on their houseboat. It was really fun on the Hudson River. I went to a movie during the day, first time ever, with my mother. We saw a Woody Allen movie in New York City. And I loved it. It was exciting. I think I even told my mother I wanted to move there someday. It's loud, it's bustling, it's whatever, but I was young. We went up the Empire State Building. It was great. I didn't drink. I learned my lesson. My mom is not a drinker. She might have a glass of wine if she goes out with her husband. Because I asked her, I said, "Do you ever drink, Mom?" She said, "Oh, I might have a glass of wine with a nice spaghetti dinner when we go to such and such place or whatever." But yeah, when the 9/11 happened, you guys, my mom was there, but not, thank God, in Manhattan or wherever it was that those towers are. They were on the houseboat on the Hudson River, but they could see the plumes of smoke and all that. And I got the phone calls and I was worried sick. And I was like, "Well, you're not in town, you're far away, but, what if you breathe some of that, whatever it was, right? All that cement that blew up, right? People were breathing that in." And she did say, though, that a coworker of her husband's saw people jumping out of windows. Yeah. So anyway, see, this is what I mean. I never know what I'm going to talk about. My point is this. I have not had, okay, are you guys going to blame me for this now too? I have the last Christmas I had with my mother. This is the God honest truth. It was before I moved to Minnesota to stay with my aunt. To get a job and be in a different place instead of Vermont. I was 20. I'm 61. I have not had a Christmas with my mother or my father or my sister in 41 years. Is that going to be held against me now too? Oh my gosh, I can't believe she didn't fly there. And, at least every 5 years. No, that's not what happens when you don't have the money and you're working yourself. I had jobs. I was a waitress and I was moving a lot. I lived in Boston for a year. I was in Rhode Island for a while. I was in Davenport, Iowa. I was in, Key West and Floral City was just visiting, but whatever that town is called, where that huge flooding happened, that hurricane, what is it, half an hour from Punta Gorda? That's where my sister lived. And I lived there for a while, and not counting Burlington, Vermont, and not counting the Midwest when I was a little girl, and not counting Aberdeen, Washington, when I worked at, now I can't remember the name of the restaurant, but anyway, that's where I was for a while too. So think about all the moving I've done. It's a lot. And traveling by plane when I was little. And my mother lived in California. And I've told this story and I'm not going to tell it again, but very briefly, I went to a gosh darn nudist camp, Colony Place, up at Tockwitz Falls. We all got sick, very badly sick. A couple people died from drinking the water up there. It was bubbling and fresh and cold looking, right? It was Palm Springs, California. I was 10 years old. But when my uncle pulled his boot out of the water, there were these little pinworms all over his boot. And they got Shigella, which is water poisoning. My sister was delirious. Adrian was delirious. I mean, this was a long time ago. But we flew there from, where was I? I was either in Vermont or Iowa. I can't remember. So, let me look at my notes and see what else I feel like I need to clear up. So, as far as what I make, I can cook. I can make homemade spaghetti like anyone else. I can make some good tacos. I can make stuffed peppers. I can make homemade macaroni and cheese. I have a lot of cookbooks. I've made meatloaf. And I make these things now and then for my daughter and I, but my son will not eat them. So I need to buy what he likes too. So for people out there saying, oh, all she does is give her kids pizza. No, he likes sandwiches. He likes cheeseburgers. He likes pizza. He'd prefer to not have a frozen one. He likes chicken. He likes potatoes like anyone else. He doesn't really like canned vegetables. He likes celery. He loves fruit. So the snacks in my closet, you guys, are kind of it's like this. It's like for one, my closets aren't locked. All right. He can walk in here when he wants to and get things when I'm taking a bath or a shower or I'm gone to the store or whatever. But out of sight isn't necessarily out of mind. But when you're opening the cupboard and you've got that junk food just staring at you, you're going to eat it, especially if you're addicted to it. And I'm trying to help him stay healthy and he appreciates it. But if you notice, whenever he knocks and he asks for a snack, if I have him here, I give him one. I don't go, no, you can't. I get him one. I get him a soda. I get him a snack. It's not his dinner, folks. I mean, good grief. I mean, really. All right, now I'm going to discuss my tremors. I don't believe my tremors were caused from a stroke because I started getting these in 1989. All right, so there's no way if I had my stroke 3 years ago. I've been to 2 different neurologists, and they told me they're essential familial tremors because my sister and my father have them. Theirs are worse than mine, but I haven't seen my sister in so long, I don't even know what hers are like now. So to say that it's caused from my drinking, it's not. Did that make it worse? Heck yeah. In fact, and I've said this before, this is why the name of this is Repeat for the Snappin' Turtles, because the turtles seemed kind of mad or something over in the chat, kind of mad at me. It seemed like they were kind of mad at life. It just seemed like they were snapping. Now, I'm not trying to be condescending or rude. I was a turtle, and I've been a snapping turtle. I get it. I understand it. But that's why it's called Repeat. And the tremors are better because I've been on a med now for roughly a year. But, oh, I know what I was going to say. So he actually said to me, I would prescribe, he said this, you to have a glass of wine each night. Now, in hindsight, now, that just seems ludicrous and kind of crazy. But because I was, in my 40s and he's a neurologist, but I was honest. I said, yeah, but, I like to have some beer now and then and go out. Not all the time. There is a name for it. It's periodic drinker. But if you have any kind of pattern, this is what I learned in AA. If you drink every weekend, you're probably an alcoholic. If you feel like you kind of need to get drunk at the Super Bowl and you've got a drink, it's patterns. It's not the amount. It's either both or a pattern. Some people think if they just drink a 6-pack, right, on the weekend or a Friday, like they feel they need that and want it, whatever, you're probably an alcoholic. But in AA, we don't judge. You decide for yourself. And that's what's so nice about it. Nobody can judge you. Nobody can say, oh, you're a terrible alcoholic. You're worse than me. You're this, you're that. No. So anyway, he said I would prescribe you a glass of wine, but because you're telling me this, I don't think I should. And I'm like, yeah, no. So, all right, now we're on to, can Parker work? Yes. And it was totally false. Who said it? What page is it on? Right here. Well, no, I'll get to that on the next page. Okay. No, it's right here. Where's the gosh darn name? I thought I wrote her name down. Somebody said, and I've heard the name before, she likes to judge me, clear back in Dolly Vision's chat, so it didn't surprise me when she was judging me over on this other one today. This person said that I said that Parker's SSI will go down if he works. No, I did not say that. I did not. I said he can work, but it has to be part-time for him to keep his SSI. That's what I said. Parker knows this, but his anxiety has been really, really bad. Unless you guys are here with me, you don't know what it's like. I've literally said to him, and I said this up on Ernie's panel last night, to get him to leave the house sometimes, I have to say, it's not an option. You're going to put your shoes on, your jacket, find your sunglasses, because he likes to wear those in the store, and you're going to come with me to the store. If he wants a tech deck, which he was into just a couple years ago, I told him, he's like, oh, just pick one out for me, Mom. No, I don't want him to end up having agoraphobia where he can never leave the house. People have that. People do have that. In fact, you know who had that, ladies? Do you remember the movie Romeo and Juliet? I mean, the real movie, like back in was it the 70s or the 80s? That really beautiful woman with the long dark hair that played Juliet, she had agoraphobia. Now, it makes you wonder, did she get it after she played that role? She had to have, because she left to be in the theater and do the movies. She ended up being debilitated with agoraphobia. How, I don't know. But I believe when people don't leave the house very much or get out enough or go for a walk or be willing to go to a store, even if they have an anxiety disorder, you probably could get that, you know? So I've literally said to him, there are times, because we have nice scenery and trails and things like that around here. I'm like, we're going for a walk today. Oh, I don't want to go. I don't feel like it. I'm like, no, it's not raining. It's been raining the last week. We're going to go for a walk. You don't have an option. And I'll say it like that. I'll say it like that. And then by being firm and saying that, he'll do it. If I go, okay, you haven't left the house, in way too long. This is unhealthy. You need to stop this, blah, 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 blah. He's going to fight back, you guys. So I have to pick my battles if I want some kind of peace in my life and if I don't want to have another stroke. Unless you live with someone with these challenges, mental, real challenges, you have no clue what it's like. You don't. And then on top of it, every person's different. Different age, different background, different, are both parents around? Do they drive? Do they not? Are there a ton of siblings? I mean, the dynamics are all different. There's so many women that are in my chat that have autistic children, or grown adults for that matter even. Yeah, I have a 33-year-old. He's still living at home. He's on the spectrum, but he's just either can't hold down a job and he's living with me, or he's afraid to be on his own, or he's just not capable. I'm not the only one that deals with these issues in life. And you know what's really weird? And I've heard this before. My pregnancy was perfectly fine. It took me only, 36 minutes to push him out. I don't care if I'm being graphic or whatever. It did. And with my daughter, it took 10 pushes to push her out. Were they natural births? No. I had the, whatever that thing's called, so I wouldn't feel the pain. Oh, God. So there was no struggling. There were no, cesareans being done for either of my kids. Both pregnancies were really good and everything was fine. But, I don't know. I mean, his dad and I, we think it was the fact of those, meningitis shots. And then it goes around for days and days and days by a certain person that I'm a pill popper because I'm on an antidepressant. And oh, I'm making my son into a zombie so he'll stay here. But then somebody in someone else's chat today, before I did my live, the name I mentioned earlier, says, well, oh, you've just got to get him on a, what was Dumplin? I just remembered. She needs to get him on a good medication so that he can, go get his own place. What do you think I've been doing? We have tried every single, and I mean every single antipsychotic out there. There were two that were really working for him. He didn't have these scary thoughts about things. He didn't talk about them. He didn't dwell about them. His OCD was better. But literally in a time span of 2 months, he gained like 25 pounds. And he's not tall. He's, what is Parker? I should know. He's 5'10", maybe 5'11", but I don't quite think so. That's not 6 feet. That's not, you know what I mean? And it really affected him. And his friend did the keto diet, his friend. And he starved his body of any kind of sugar. And I'm telling you right now, you guys, the weight falls off because it puts your body into this thing called ketosis. It's really miraculous. It is. And, well, I just heard the guinea pig. So he did that and he stuck to it. And I bought the turkey, and the less carbohydrated or whatever tortillas. And he could not have carrots, but he didn't want them anyway. He could not have a potato because these things have sugar in them, or milk, or even a banana. But I'll tell you what, he was eating eggs then. He won't now. He doesn't like eggs. Well, he didn't for like 2 years. And then 2 days ago, actually, it was the day after he played drums, that Ernie Shell, through his chat and all those people over there, gifted him with to help him get out of his depression, by the way, which I didn't even call up Ernie and go, oh, my son's depressed. Can you get him something? Can you talk to him? No, I was up on panel because I was invited up by Ernie. I can't remember what for. He might have wanted me to explain something or tell him how my son's doing, or I don't know. And the next thing I know, he wanted to talk to him. And I said, I don't know. He's kind of down. He's in his room. He may not be willing to. And Ernie was certain he would. Oh, I think he will. And I said, don't get your hopes up, Ernie. I said it like that. But he did. And I did show his face when he was drumming and when he was done, because this is what I thought. I showed his face and he talked and spoke because he used to have his own channel. He had skateboarding. He was flying down the high school steps. He was jumping over all these steps. He was lanky and thinner and stronger and happier and smoking Mary Jane or whatever you want to call it with that, like people did. He was really pretty good in his teens. It was the onset of his adolescence when these things, you guys, like anxiety disorders and even schizophrenia and schizoid affective disorder, can start happening. Not in a million darn years did I think it was going to happen to my son. It can come out of nowhere. It's not even necessarily from vaccinations, like a meningitis shot. We're thinking maybe that has something to do with it, but we don't know. It can be genetic. I mean, I do have OCD, but I don't check things. I don't have intrusive thoughts. I'm a neatnik, and I am, you guys. I make my bed every day. If a cat moves the rug, I straighten it up as soon as I see it. I get stuff done when I see it. I don't put anything off. Um, I don't. And I like, I mean, it's not horrible, but I don't know if anyone else does this. I like, I'm not, it doesn't have to be colors, but I like all my t-shirts hung up in one area, all my long sleeve, you know what I mean? I don't like to just mix my t-shirts with my long things and my sweaters and my, they're organized in sections, but it's not, my kids don't have to have it that way. It's just the way I like it in my room. And I'm clean, you know? So that brings me to another thing. People that think I have a stinky, dirty cat hair all over the place apartment, I'm here to tell you, I vacuum the entire house about every 3 days. I used to do it every day. But then as I was having kids and things, I didn't have time to do it every day. Um, and I don't take a regular mop like half of the women in the world do or whatever. I get down on my hands and knees with a sponge and I clean my kitchen floor and my bathroom floors that way. And I feel like it's a better job. I can see what I'm doing. But my point of saying all of this is perhaps my son got his OCD genetically from me. You know, I mean, I hope not. Apparently, I had signs of it when I was 10. My sister got out her cello. She played cello back then. And I put it away. I put it away. I took her music off the music stand. I folded up her music stand and I put it all away. And she was mad. I mean, not immediately. She had played the cello, but she set it down. And this was in South Dakota, Vermillion, South Dakota. But in hindsight, I mean, I had never heard of OCD. I'm thinking I had it starting at such a young age like that. Some people have to check their door 30 times or more. They'd rather be late to work than not check it one more time. Lots of people have obsessive compulsive disorder, but when you have intrusive thoughts, you know, I mean, I I'm going to say it. I've had to hide sharpened pencils just because a thought tells him something negative about those. So I do for him. He can't hide them, then he'll know where they are. I've been dealing with these issues since he was 11, you guys, and he's 28. You know, it's very sad to me that people have to judge how parents, what they go through and what they have to learn to go through, and we have to literally watch things and learn things. And I had never ever heard of bipolar. I got on my bicycle when Shaylin's dad found out he had it, and I went to the library and I got 5 books. I did. And I was like, wow, you know? So people shouldn't judge until you're in their shoes, you know, about that. Okay, I'm going to say it again. I do not have an Amazon wish list. So many people do, you guys. I heard it this afternoon on the other channel, but yet I'm called a grifter. Now, I'm not saying people with an Amazon wish list or any kind of wish list are grifters, because I don't call people grifters. I'm not going to label people out there. I'm not a labeler. I'm not. But people sure are with me, aren't they? I also do not have super chats. I'm not monetized. How am I making money? Unless I put a little Cash App or PayPal up and say, hey, yeah, My animals, I could use some help with that. Or would it be better? And I'm thinking it would, but I'll still be called a grifter and get flack for it. Hey, you want to support my channel? There's my Cash App and PayPal. Why can everyone else do it, but I can't? I mean, ask yourself that. Why? Okay, I just thought of a reason that I bet someone is thinking and probably saying out loud right now to their TV. Because you have too many animals to take care of, you shouldn't have them. Well, guess what? Many people have 3 or 4 dogs in their house. How they can handle that, I don't know. And then some. Okay? I love kitties. Kitties that don't have homes around here. And there are plenty because people are constantly either getting kicked out, they can't afford the rent or whatever. All their stuff is left behind. It's put in a big green bin out front, this and that and the other thing. I mean, I didn't have to say that I have a guinea pig. I said that clear back on Dolly Vision because I thought you guys might want to see him. I mean, literally, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't on YouTube. Okay, so now okay, I forgot to bring this up. My daughter is 20. She graduated when she was 18. All right. She did 2 years of homeschool on her own. I offered to help her. I said, if you have a question about anything or you need to write a paper, whatever, I said, there's some stuff I know. I graduated in business. There is some stuff I know. No, 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 I don't need your help. She never wanted my help. I don't really know why to this day, but she just didn't. And she even got bothered now and then when I would offer. But I'm here to say, no, she wasn't homeschooled. Well, she did school online during the C thing for her last 2 years of high school. And I'm grateful, you know. Possibly that's why I never, because apparently once you have a stroke, if you get the C disease out there, you guys, you're more likely to have another one, right? Than someone that's never had one. But she was willing and she didn't want to be going to school. And then she walks by someone in the hall. I read all the regulations. If you even walked by someone in the hall that had it, you had to stay home. And you had to stay home, miss school, and then get tested. And then if you're positive, you had to stay home for 2 weeks in the beginning. And I was like, good grief, you're going to be around hundreds of kids a day, eating in the cafeteria with them. We're assuming nobody has it, not a sibling, not a parent, nobody. An entire bunch of people just got back from China, right? Where they say it originated from, but whatever. I'm not trying to get all political. So she stayed home. She did really good. She got a lot of B's in her junior year and all A's, I'm here to say, her senior year. I couldn't believe it, to tell you the truth. It was wonderful, you know? And she's on an IEP, you guys. So that means learning for her is a little bit more difficult. And she got A's, and I was so proud of her. So, her foster mother, me, her teachers, her principal, all of them. Okay, you want to go to college? You want to go to this one or this one? She was like, I don't, I don't know what I want to do. She didn't say no. She said, I don't know what I want to do. I'm sorry. She busted her ass. Many hours a day on that computer, got excellent grades. I didn't have the heart to make her go when she graduated. Some parents do, some parents don't. Some parents choose the college their kids are going to. Some parents, let the child choose. So it's been 2 years. She still doesn't want to go. And that's okay. Maybe she'll want to go next year or something, or maybe she'll find a good job. But I'm here to say she's applied at some different places and she's waiting to hear back. What is wrong with that? Sometimes you can't just go out and find a job. I did when I was 18. I started working in a restaurant. It took me all day to find the job, but by the end of the day, I did at Zachary's Pizza. And I was there a few years and I loved it and it was fun. Okay, the other thing, there's speculation, surmising, talk, whatever, on how did I pay Team Rose back the 200. It was not with my son's SSI. That is spent on rent. It was not borrowed or gifted or anything to me by Maria, Destiny, or anyone else for that matter. I did pay that back in 3 different increments as I got it in my Cash App and PayPal. That's how I did it. The first one was $149. The second one was $28. And the third payment was $23. And yes, she did say, I want my money back. Yes, she did. So I thought, all right, I'll do that. Because I'm not going through all the trouble, you guys, to return gifts. I'm just not. I got to pay $10 for a ride to the post office. Then I got to stand in gosh darn line. Then I got to purchase a box. I got to get everything out, label it, do all that, just over what was supposed to be gifts. Okay, out of anger, did I say, I would destroy something? Yes, I did. But lots of people say things out of anger. I'm not going to destroy those gifts. I named the little keychain with the flannel on it Flan. Okay, I like my gifts. All right. So, all right, I covered that. Okay, the girlfriend thing with my son. You guys, on Facebook, it was roughly 6 years ago, because he doesn't even want to be on it anymore. The experience he had. He met a woman in an adjoining town here, okay, who did not tell him she was engaged, tried to convince my son to buy her an engagement ring. I'm not making this up. And he wanted to, and he was falling for her. And I don't even know if he saw a picture of her. I never did. But I'll tell you what, her fiance wanted to kick my son's ass. My son didn't know, but this is what I mean by being gullible and trusting. My ex, his father, literally had to contact this man and say, look, he's on the autism spectrum. He didn't mean it. He thought she was single. Just please, let's just call this quits. Trust me, I'll talk to him. He'll never speak to her again. And he said, okay. So ever since then, you guys, my son has not been on Facebook. Okay, there was another time he wanted to leave, I guess, and thought moving to Chicago with a stranger would be a good idea and not even let us know, me or his dad. But we found stuff on the internet. The guy was on his way that day from Chicago to pick our son up, and he was just a teen. He wasn't even 18. So my ex typed this guy and said, you know, he's not going anywhere with you. Now, it turns out, not that there's anything, wrong with gay people or anything like that, okay? But apparently, this was a gay site. I mean, my son isn't. He doesn't think he is, but this is what I mean. It's like trusting, right? Gullible, vulnerability. It's there. So ask yourself, if you were a mother and you had a daughter, that's fairly young, 20, if you would want my son to get on dating sites, meeting random people, when he said to my face, well, no, Mom, they'll be safe because I'll see them. That's what he said to me, you guys. Yeah, but I'll see them, so I know they're safe. I said, no, no, Parker. Just because you see their face, you don't know anything about them. Well, no, I would get to know them on there and they would tell me who they are and then they'd be safe. And I said, no, they can tell you what they think you want to hear. For all you know, they might try to, get the numbers of your card and rob you. I mean, it's just not safe, you guys. It wasn't before, and it certainly isn't now. There's way too many predators out there. So this is what I said. I said, if you live with your dad again someday, or he helps you get your own place, or you just get your own place, right? Which, I'm hoping when I'm able to get my SSI, which now people out there feel I'm not going to get because I've danced, and maybe I won't. My lawyers in Oregon feel because I've had a stroke, I'm considered a gosh darn senior now. I thought that started at 65, but apparently I think it's 60 now or 61. And then the fact I've had tremors since 1989 and they're worse, that I qualify. They said without a doubt I qualify. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But now there's people out there in the internet world, I won't say names, that want to stop that from me. Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, I just don't know what to say. It is what it is. If it doesn't happen, it wasn't meant to be, was it? But anyway, uh, so yeah, when he's not living here with two women and he's going to go ahead and meet random strangers, even if it's match.com, whatever it is, all right? Um, he can do that, but I don't want people knowing my address. And yes, that was stated. I don't know why it had to be repeated to literally make people want to go over there, probably write the darn number down. But I did get a call from a woman. She was nice. I've seen her in Ernie Shell's chat before, but I didn't recognize her number. And yes, I had no clue that cop was going to repeat my phone number back. I didn't even have a chance to mute. I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, anybody can get anybody's phone number anyway, you guys, and their address. All you have to do is Google the darn thing. So all this talk about, oh, she doxed herself and the cop doxed her and you're doxing me and how dare you dox me and people getting mad about doxing. It's everything's just out there and everybody knows it, right? It's just not as safe anymore, you know? Now, repeat. This is repeat. I went over this whole rent thing before. It will be 5 years my son has been here. This next coming 2025 in February. None of us. He came right before the seed, or a year. Well, when was it? It was at 2020 when the C disease started, and now we're in 24. Yeah, he came just before the CC thing started happening, or the C disease started happening. That's why he's still here, or he would have moved back and forth in these last 4 years at least 15 times. But he stayed because we isolated, because we were told to, because we're in a Democrat state. And I'll say it again, all three of us have never gotten it. Never. We haven't even had the flu symptoms. I still wear gloves. I wear little gloves on my hands when I go to the store, touching everything. The surgical ones that you just pull off. And I wear a mask. There's nothing wrong with that. I'd rather, people that don't like them and say they can't breathe and they're bad for you, well, that's okay. Don't wear one then. But some of us do. So, as far as rent goes, he paid rent the first, the second, and the third year here. Did he pay all of it? Heck no. My father helped me. He offered. He offered. And I said, okay, Dad. I didn't say, oh, I need help with my rent. No. The same thing with my mother. I never asked for a dime. She offered. And she's been helping me for a few years now. Not my whole life, which has been spread all over Tarnation. Good grief. And they want to do that because they know I'm pretty damn broke. I never got child support. The government tried to get it to me from my daughter's dad. First, I was supposed to get $400 a month. I've said this before. Then I got a letter saying it's $100 a month. Then I got a letter saying it would be $50 a month. Then I got a letter saying it'll be $0 a month. And I didn't really mind. You know why? Because, it was hard for him to hold a job down. And it's hard for him to keep control of his mood and that kind of thing. And plus, I didn't want to take, he was on his own SSI. I didn't want to take for his grand mal seizures. I really didn't want his money. I didn't want it. And I told him that, and he knows. And I've never taken it. Never. So anyway, and I did not go for alimony for the divorce. I could have. No. We just have joint custody. Boom, sign the papers. That's it. There was never any, dispute over property or things. He has his things. I have my things. Yeah. So anyway. So it's been only this year for all the people going, oh my gosh, he's using up his entire SSI for his mother's rent. How awful she's using him. Let me tell you something. That's only started, this past September. So we're looking at September, October, November, December, January. 6 months, half a year. Why is that such an awful thing? And then this is the other thing. Rent goes up here $100 every gosh darn year. And that's why so many families, that extra $50 that they need or 100 they can't pay, they have to move. And it's really sad. And because I'm on housing is the only reason I'm still here, you guys, or I wouldn't be here with my kids. So I'm thankful. You know, now, can I go get a job? Possibly now, part-time maybe, I don't know. But when I was a stay-at-home mom and wanted to be there at the house when they got off the bus or home, or as my son's anxiety and depression and OCD and pervasive developmental disorder, okay, I was there with him in the therapy rooms, in the psychiatrist rooms. Okay, are they lying? Are they just pulling names out of a hat? I believed him, I trusted him, and I heard him. So I'm not labeling my son. I'm not trying to say he has this to keep him here. I've never kept him here. But he doesn't want to live with his dad now. And he told me. He actually said, I don't know how long ago, fairly recent, I wish my dad would stop drinking so he could be my dad again. Is that not sad or what? All right. I mean, geez. Oh, God. Okay. The reason I called the cops on live, and this is on repeat, you guys, is because I knew there'd be many people out there that would be like, no, she didn't. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. Well, yeah, I did. And you know why? My ex was being told to contact someone. My ex, because my son blurted out her name by accident. He didn't say that, but I knew he had forgotten that I told him not to say a certain lady's creator's name, but he did. And it's what's done is done. Started writing, I don't want to say his pity party, but whatever, saying what he wanted her to believe in comments. And she was elated. And then just last night, you guys, she's giving him her email. She desperately wants my ex to contact her. Contact her. Contact her. God, I can't even talk. So listen, that's fine and dandy. There's nothing he can share that I haven't shared. I'm not scared. I see in chats all over the place. In hers, in Anne's. Oh, boy, she's really upset about that. He must have something to say about her. No. What I'm nervous about is he's going to be intoxicated and either embellish or flat out lie or make up stuff. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know. But I'll tell you, if it's not the truth, I'm going to do a darn live on it. And people are either going to believe me or him. It is what it is. You know? I mean, and, she knows I've been struggling with him, coming into my chats, saying derogatory things, bringing up personal things. I mean, really, seriously, in my chat, now my emails, nasty things about me to his son, about stuff from like 35 years ago. And it's not even anything like bad. It's just everything from how I met Shaylin's dad, and I'm I'm on not Zoloft, but Zooloft, and I'm an animal, and I've changed, and this and that. When guess what, you guys? He doesn't remember. I told him this. It was his idea. When I was crying at everything under the sun, I didn't even know I was kind of depressed. But when you're crying at commercials on TV, you're probably depressed. Plus, I was missing my family. When my son was 4, I was just crying a lot. And he said, the one that's all against it now, why don't you contact the doctor and get on an antidepressant? And I was like thinking about it, talked to my mother about it, and she said, my sister's on Zoloft. It's the most mild one out there. Okay, that was back in the 90s. Maybe it isn't now. And I've been on it ever since. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a pretty long time, but it helps me. It takes the edge off. You know, I don't feel like blowing when I feel like blowing. Now, have I had some kind of raging off the top programs lately? Yeah, because I'm being flippin' slandered, character assassinated, humiliated, lied about all over the darn internet for 12 solid damn days. Now, if I wasn't talked about today, it'd be, or if I was, I mean, it'd be 13, getting close to 2 weeks. Other people are making it their content. I don't really care because I just don't care who streams me, who clips me. I don't care. I mean, if I did care, is that going to even stop it? No. But I don't care. That's the thing. I just don't care. I have enough to worry about. I have enough on my plate in my own life to really care. But saying my truth and my reality about my living situations and my kids and things that I've shared, and I guess people feel because I've shared it, they have the right to dissect it, pull things apart, find fault with me, whatever it is. What? Okay, whatever. I didn't know. I didn't know when I became a YouTube creator. It said somewhere that people have the right to bully you. That's different than having your own opinion about someone, right? Someone can flat say, "Oh, I think she's lying about that. I don't really think that's true." No, it's people yelling, people demanding answers, people scoffing at you behind your back, people giggling like it's a game, people trying to get mob mentality going. One person says one thing in the chat, and 5 others got to chime in and go, "Oh, yeah, and did you hear about this one?" I mean, it's ridiculous, guys. It's honestly like, it's not even high school. And it's not even kindergarten because they're learning. In high school, yeah, there's bullying, but you kind of are thinking about your future more. In kindergarten and elementary, kids can be mean, but they're so young that if they get bullied at home, or it's mostly learned behaviors. It's like frickin' middle school. You guys, this is like middle school. I don't know. Anyway, I haven't been reading the chat, or I mean the comments at all. I don't even know who's here. Oh my gosh, I'm strolling and strolling. There's all these new names. The Troll Den, Amy Lynn, Ashley Dawn. These are names that I haven't seen yet, or didn't see earlier. Chicken Snake, Smiley Miley, Barb, Barbara Smith, Blue Eyes, Sierra's here, Slow Motion, Randomly Ash, Risa, Joni, Lizzo, Cheryl Lee Weimer. There's quite a few people. And these are people that come back all the time, which means they're supporters of mine, which is really nice. Really, really nice. Thank you so, so much, you guys. I'm looking at the comments. I don't read all of them out. Freeside is here. I'm going up until I don't see any other, until I've read all the, yeah, all right. Good grief. 2.5 hours. All right, let me get through this. So, okay, this is the other thing. I didn't even know my sister wrote in comments about anything until somebody brought it to my attention on Messenger. And I went over and I read it. And she's extremely religious. There's one thing to be spiritual, believe in something, be religious, and then there's very, very religious. Like, and I'm not judging her. I'm just simply saying, you guys, everything that comes out of their mouths is biblical, scripture, everything they think, do, talking to people, that's all fine. But that's just not me. You know what I mean? And she was worried about me. She was. She was like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? You've got to be careful. You've got to stop. Well, I had already stopped. I had already stopped a good week before. So she said she tried to contact me by phone, but I don't even remember getting a text or a phone call. Well, I did get some texts, but they were YouTube, they were links to videos. And I didn't click on them, you guys. I just didn't. She and I haven't been very close for a few years. Which, you know, we need to rekindle that, but I'm not going to have my younger sister tell me what to do either. Do you know what I mean? But I had already stopped, you know? So, and as far as my mother called. She wasn't all happy about it, but she was not mad. I even asked her, I said, are you kind of mad at me, Mom? And she said, no. She said, just be careful. That's what she said. And that's my mom. That's how she talks to me in everything in my life. She lets things be my decision, but she does tell me how she feels, but she doesn't judge. And there's a difference. And I was surprised, you guys. I was surprised because I know, you know, for lack of a better word, it was a little risque. And I've never done anything like that. I've never dressed in a little outfit like that. I've never been, a stripper or a dancer anywhere ever, when I was younger or anything. So, I did not expect my mom to be that calm. I didn't. Let's see. Okay. When I got a little intense and too into the music and all that, I just about freaked when on Ernie's last night Ann said, that I danced like that on Morbids. I was like, what in the heck? No, you know, I typed in chat. No, it was Mark's. I didn't have to type anything. I didn't have to admit to anything. The live was taken down. Now it was going around that it was because of me that he lost his channel. Guess what he told me? He told me that that's not why. He was saying that, and I told him that I kind of wished he hadn't said that, but whatever. He said, shoot, what was the darn reason now? Darn it, I can't remember. Like, I really, really can't. I'm either going to have to look back on something, or if he ever comes over to my program, I can ask him what the reason is. But, oh, hi, Raindrop. Yeah, I mean, this is a thing. She says, Tina, I'm sorry this is happening to you. The thing is, what I've learned and why I don't cry about every little thing like I did, when I was first going up on, not even uncensored, but Dolly's or Jimmy's panels. I just didn't understand it. I'd never heard of it. I've never experienced it. This is what YouTube is, you know? And I can't retract everything I've said. So, if I can at least say my truth, my reality, not anyone else's, people still will not believe it because they don't want to. It's people that like me and care and know that not everything this past year and a half is my fault. Not everything that has transpired in my life is my fault. And um, not everything out there, is it's just hard. It's hard, you guys, because you're in trouble if you say too much. You're in trouble if you don't say anything at all. And I'm not even talking about, I'm talking about anything. If you're a creator, that is. You're in trouble if you say too much, not enough, or nothing. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter what you do, what you say, someone out there isn't going to believe you, isn't going to care, and is going to find fault anyway. And it can be. I don't know. I'm not saying it is with Rose, but it can be with some people, some jealousy if someone has more subs or more likes or more people in their chat when you're both live, right? And someone has more people than the other person when you both happen to be going live. um, Someone's age, how they dress, where they're from. I mean, you know what I mean? I'm going to say it, you guys. There's a slew of turtles and snapping turtles in Dolly Vision, over at Dolly Vision. And for the longest time, I felt welcome. But I'm not anymore, and that's okay. But I know also, besides reasons that people want to go with, it's also the fact I'm not a Southerner. I'm not. I'm a Midwesterner that went to high school on the darn East Coast that now lives on the West Coast. So what am I? I don't know what I am, but I'm not a Southerner. If I was, would people have more grace with me? I don't know. Would they give me more grace if I lived in Carolina or Georgia or Tennessee or Kentucky or Alabama or maybe even Florida. I don't know. I don't know, but I wonder. And when Team Rose was friends with me and we would talk, she shared the same view. She was like, we're Northerners or whatever. We're never really going to be accepted. And frankly, you guys, I think she's right. Not Jimmy. No, he would welcome anybody and everybody because that's the kind of man he is. That's the kind of person he is. He's a good man, a decent man. But we can't help, where we're from. I mean, we just can't. Okay. Now, I did speak to my mom. It had been 4 days back, and Anne repeated the exact days that I said. So I think she's taking notes too on what I say. Now it's been a good week since I've talked to her. And she'll either call me or I'll call her. But I brought up summer. And I did. I told her. I said, Mom, there's people on the internet. I said, I'm not going to tell you all the details, but I'm going through a really hard time because, I was going to see you last summer in July and, and you had all your visitors and I went ahead and was going to go to Tennessee and changed it to, Virginia. And they think I don't care. I don't want to see you. And it's just been really, really hard. And she said, and then I said, so do you think I'm going to see you this summer? And I thought she was going to say something like, yeah, we just got to make it work or something. She said, because she's wise, she's older, and she's getting tired probably. She said, oh, Megan, she said, we'll talk about that as it gets closer, meaning to summer. And I said, okay, Mom. All right. I mean, what is wrong with that, you guys? I don't see anything wrong with that. And if I don't expect to go, I don't expect to have the money. I don't expect Steve to be totally healthy and not take a turn for the worse or whatever. I won't be disappointed, will I? Because that's one thing you learn as you get older, is if you don't have expectations of people and going places and wanting things in life, then you don't get all disappointed about it. It's people that have expectations of others all the time that end up getting hurt. That's my little life lesson. Something I had to learn too and apply to my own life. So, let's see. Okay. See, these are all over the place because somebody wrote down a bunch of topics and things for Anne. And Anne, you have no right to say, oh, she just won't keep her name out of my mouth. Well, you didn't keep mine out of yours. I'm not fighting with you. I'm just saying, because I've heard that kind of plenty over there too. I don't have a lot of time, so I rarely see any of her programs. Any of them. It's been weeks and weeks and weeks. When I was up on Ernie's last night, I said close at least 2 times, maybe 3. Okay, I'm being questioned. I didn't come up here, excuse me, to be questioned by Anne. I said, I'm going to drop down now. And then Ernie would ask me something, and then she would kind of calm down and ask me something. And I ended up staying up there longer. And then it started getting back to the same stuff. Why didn't you see your mom? Why did you go here? Why'd you do that? And it was getting more intense and more loud and more demanding, not just asking nicely and accepting my no, or I don't want to answer, or it's not your business, and being respectful. It was like pushy, right? So I said, look, I believe I said something like, Anne, I don't think Ernie Shell wants his panel to have a place for you to be asking about my summer. And I said, in fact, he's already asked me a bunch of questions just like this. Okay, not that he really cares if I went or not, right? Or ever met Jimmy. I mean, I don't think Ernie cares. He was teaching like a life lesson. He feels that people, the way they talk and answer things, he can tell when they're lying or telling the truth. It was kind of a lesson thing. So anyway, I told Anne that, and I said, I don't want to go through this again. I'm just going to hop down. So it's false to say that when PJ jumped up there out of the blue, which I believe was planned, but that's okay. No, I'm not throwing shade. I just think it was all orchestrated and planned, that I ran off like a chicken because I'm not a turtle and I'm certainly not a tiger. That's what Anne said. No. But I am a tiger because Ernie said I was, you know, but I didn't run off like some animal. I just hopped down. I've been wanting to. And furthermore, you had already been trying to interrogate me, for lack of a better word, and humiliate me, Anne. And then all of a sudden, it felt like a tag team. I'm not a fool. Boom, all of a sudden she's there. Why on earth would she be there? You guys are never up on Ernie's panel. It was a complete setup. I'm not a fool. If I want to get down, I'm going to get down. Am I afraid? No, not at all. But did I want to talk to either of you? No, not at all. I didn't even want to talk to you, Anne, at all, because you don't talk to me anymore. You just demand answers of things to try to embarrass me and humiliate me and demoralize me and ridicule me and shame me. Okay, you've been doing this shaming thing for I don't know how long. Now, the first apology I did, and guess what? You accepted it. No, you didn't accept it. You accepted it months later when I would come up on panel and you were coming up there, right? On Dolly Vision. Like you laughed at some things I was saying and I laughed at yours and we were getting along. Then when I was kind of giggling like I do way too often over what 3 Dave was saying, you took complete offense to it, even though he didn't even mean it towards you, but that's how you felt. And I was giggling at what he was saying. I wasn't laughing at you or what you're going through in your life with your health. I was giggling at 3 because he's a goofball. We all know that. Sometimes he's funny. But I felt like I needed to apologize. That was the one where I said, I'm not expecting you to be my friend. I said that, and I was right. I wasn't expecting you to take my friend request at all. I just wanted to apologize. I saw your teeny little avatar at the bottom. I don't know if that means you read it or just went to the page. I still haven't learned that part yet. And the first one, you were blocked. So I can't be asking you to be my friend. You were blocked for a long time. You asked me to unblock you. That's how well we were getting along up on the panel. You were like, Tina, you need to unblock me. And I forgot or something the first night, and then I did. So, I mean, I don't know. You can hold this animosity against me if you want. It's not going to help you health wise. And this is another thing I want to say. This bothered me. You made it sound like I purposely said, oh, you can do your own channel on purpose, right? A place where you can talk about your cancer journey. You made it sound like I did it on purpose the day you found out what? You knew you had it because you had been talking about it. The day you had some testing done, I guess? No. Okay, I don't follow your channel. I don't know when your tests are. I don't hear everything that's said out there about your cancer journey. So nothing was deliberate. It wasn't. And the thing is, I didn't even say it all nasty like. I didn't say, oh my God, she needs to get her own channel so she can talk about her cancer. No. I said she's feeling like she needs to, speak pretty often about it. And honestly, for quite some time, other people were feeling the same way. They just didn't voice it. And I voiced it in private to Sherry, Wild Angel. Okay? So no one was trying to hurt you. You weren't even supposed to hear that message. But, you're going to turn it and make it sound like I'm some horrible person. Not only that, you said that you wanted to do your own channel so you could talk about and share your cancer journey. I was agreeing with you. What on earth is wrong with that? This is the thing, you guys. People can embellish their narrative that they want the public or their supporters to see and feel. And honestly, it just brings more division and hate on. It just does. I mean, look what's happened. Look what's happening. And honestly, it's going to continue to happen. Whether I'm 10 years from now on YouTube, which, I highly doubt. I can't really see that. It's going to happen with other creators, you know, and it's hard. I mean, Jeannie told me, trust no one. And I kind of giggled and said, yeah, I know. She goes, no, no, no. Trust no one. She's right. She's right. I can't, as much as I want to, I really can't and shouldn't. Do you know what I mean? And after everything I'm going through, other people don't feel like they can trust. They're in little groups. They don't know if they should be in them anymore. They're not comfortable. If you miss a day or two in a group, then the whole group gets worried and then they start not meddling, but you know what I mean, becoming too personally and emotionally involved. I will never be in another group again. There were good times, a lot of good times for months. But I don't know. I think the pain can be so intense when groups break up and people are fighting and getting mad at each other and saying, whoa, I trusted you with this, and how did this other person in this group hear this? And well, I didn't say anything. Well, that person said you did say something. And it's a clusterfuck. I just can't stand little groups. That's why you'll never see me in groups. You won't see me in any kind of, what is it called, Discord or something? Forget that. Oh goodness. Okay. Now this is the other thing. People are upset because I have Dolly Vision's name in my mouth, or whatever. I say his name, or I say Jimmy. I will always mention him. You know why? He's the one, by having such a fun, wonderful show and giving me different opportunities. Everything from making a commercial, to being a hostess, to allowing me to be up on his panel very, very often, like all the time, to a beautiful special birthday, to giving me a special name. You know, there were other women that I saw it in chat. Oh, Jimmy, I want a name. I want a name. Will you name me whatever, and this and that? To helping me get my vacuum, because my vacuum literally broke like a week before, to allowing me to be free and speak and 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 be me and have fun, and most of all laugh again. Because through that C, you guys, I wasn't on the C disease. I wasn't on Zoom. I wasn't going to AA. I was just home, and I was lonely. I was just watching YouTube from afar. I wasn't even watching YouTube. I was watching the news and some TV programs when I had time during the day. That's facts. It was when the Summer Wells thing came up on the news that I was like, the kids would show me things, my grown adult children in on YouTube. Oh, look at this, Mom, look at this. They'll tell you. I'd be like, oh, I'll look at it for a little bit, but I can only watch people falling down, right? For so long. Or people getting drunk and falling down. This kind of thing. I didn't like YouTube. And because of Jimmy Williams, I do. And because of Dolly Vision, you guys, many of us, Mab, me, and they've stated this themselves. Well, maybe they haven't, but it's a given. Dumplin, and then Huntress, and then Rebel, and Anne. Well, maybe not Anne. Maybe she was planning on being a creator, but we all kind of, Wild Angel, a lot of us, through Dolly Vision, kind of went off and did it ourselves at some point. And I'll be forever, forever grateful for that. And if I want to tip my hat, my imaginary hat, to Jimmy now and then, I'm going to do that, you guys. And it's a way of me letting him know I haven't forgotten him. And I still appreciate him. That's what friends do. Or they should do. All right. I think I'm almost done. Oh, now this. Why on earth do people keep saying I'm old enough to be Jimmy's mother? How can that be? I think he's 49 now, because I think he was 48. Or was he 47 and he turned 48? I think he's 49. Let's just say he's 49. I don't know. I think he is, though. He's not 50. We know that. I'm 61. The difference in that is 12 years. Does that mean someone's a mother at the age of 12? I'm not old enough to be his mother. But because I am older, people want to push that idea in people's heads. It's ludicrous. Okay. As far as my trip to Tennessee, I paid for the ticket. I did. With my trust fund. I've said it a million times, so I'll just say it again. Maria offered to pay for my lodging. Okay? She didn't even say, "Oh, you've got to pay me back." She didn't even say that. I said I would pay her back, and I did. I did pay her back. She has the receipts. The money that was offered to me by Destiny Rose, offered, and it was on my father's grave, was for food or souvenirs, whatever I needed it for. She told me I could borrow any amount because she won a settlement. I won't say what it's for, it's her personal business, but she won a settlement. I didn't ask her how much. I didn't dare say, all right, I'll borrow 1,000. Why not? No one's ever offered me this before. I didn't do it. I asked for 400. And I knew I could pay her back because of my trust fund. The plan was, okay, the trip was in August. So September, wait, yeah, in August. My next one was in October. I was going to pay her back in full in October, but I ended up paying half because I needed to pay one half to Maria. And she said, okay. But she was told by someone that I just scam and ask everybody all over the place for money. No, I don't. I don't ask anybody. But she believed it. Can I fault her for that? No. People were so shocked that I was getting so many gifts, they assumed I was asking for gifts, including the shirt from Team Rose. Yeah, I was excited. Yeah, she offered it on her live, to society. And yeah, I said, wow, I'd love to have one. Can you save me one? I didn't say send me. I said, can you save me one? Now, I thought I would need a medium. She said I would probably need a small. I think she said she had one small left. I said, I'll pay you for it in October when I get my trust fund. I think it was $35. She said, no, I'll send it to you now. Okay, that's not someone begging and begging and begging and expecting merchandise from someone. This is what I mean. Oh, all right. Now we're to, I'm waiting to see is someone going to knock. No. There's this wording, I guess I'll say, or narrative that's being pushed that there was never a date of people to come. Unless I'm flat wrong, I believe there was. And it was supposed to be the weekend I'm on live. I'm fine. Thank you, sweetie. No, it's not muted. I don't care. I just wanted to tell you. All right. Isn't that sweet? I have a sweet daughter. She said, I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Because she's seen the hell. And it is hell, you guys, that I've been through. You know, I mean, really. You think I don't, you know, I come across, you know, brash and mean and intense and fight back and defend back and all this. But I'm being attacked. My character, my livelihood, my life now, you know, my past, every little thing that can be brought up has been and is continuing to be done now on other channels. It's whatever. I just don't even care. But my daughter has seen and heard me crying, wailing sometimes. It's painful. It's painful because you don't know when it's going to end. Nobody tells you, okay, after 1 month, this will end. Or after 2 days, we'll call a truce. No, it goes on and on and on, and it's tiring. It's exhausting. It's exhausting, you know? Um, okay, so I thought, maybe I'm plumb wrong, but I thought there was a date set for Jimmy's birthday bash. Now, I believe, if I recall right, the week, now I can't remember his birthday. Is it the 24th? I don't know. It's 2 days apart from PJ's, but I'm not remembering the date. And I heard that people were going to come and congregate the weekend of that, right? So I can't remember what day was the 24th. I think it might have been a Thursday or sometime getting close to the weekend. So people would come actually either right after his birthday or maybe just before it. So they were there for his birthday. But there was a time. There was a time. And then it got canceled. And, you know, Lori Shortlegs was going to go. She told me when she used to, well, she leaves comments now and then. I guess she watches my videos. You know, and she's all right. She's been really nice to me in the past and stuff. But anyway, um, and then it got canceled. And what I also heard, and Maria G even sent me different campsites, campground sites. There was talk that it would be at a campsite. Which one? I didn't know. I didn't even know how many were there. So I Googled it to get an idea. Also, I was told that there's cabins or something at some of these campsites and that you should order ahead of time or pay ahead of time for a cabin. So to make it sound like, you guys, I just willy-nilly just was planning on showing up for no reason is ludicrous. And when I Googled it, there's some really nice cabins and there's some nice campgrounds. And some are nicer than others, right? More family oriented or whatever. Oh my God, my stomach just kind of growled. You guys probably gosh darn heard that. On live for all I know. Oh. Now, people are really upset about this cease and desist thing. I think I touched upon it before. Now I can't remember because I've been talking for 3 hours and 10 minutes and 31 seconds. That's what the thing says here. I did that because I asked, like on the third day, possibly the second. I know the third or fourth day. Can this just stop? Please, whatever. I made a live about it, whatever. It didn't. And then, when my ex is being brought into what I believed is not an interview and to hear his side necessarily, it was because the anger was so intense and still there. I felt it was just someone else, that kind of a smear campaign. And all this stress is making me half sick. I'll repeat, by the 6th day, I finally took my blood pressure and it was 175 over something. That's pretty dang high. When I had my stroke, it was 196 over 96. And I think this was 175. Wait, I wrote it down. Over. I thought my machine was broke. And I'm repeating myself. I know I've already said this. But I thought my machine was broke. It was so high. Because normally it's like 134 at the most, or 128, or it's even gotten down to 125. Yep, it was 178 over 111. And then the next day, thank God, this is when I knew my machine wasn't broke, because I almost called 911 because I didn't know if I should be concerned about it that high, like concerned to the point of, am I going to have a stroke? But it was early, it was late/early in the morning. I didn't want my kids to be alarmed. I didn't want to go through it. And I just went to bed. I took it the next day in the afternoon, not first thing in the morning, and it was 158 over 101. And I was damn relieved because that meant it was going down. And then the next day, it went from 158, the top number, to 135. I was so relieved, with 90 on the bottom. So I'm here to say that when your blood pressure goes up, I always kind of thought if you calm down right away or do breathing exercises or think happy thoughts or just take it really easy, your blood pressure will go down quickly. No, it can stay up high and stay up there for hours, 24 hours, 2 days. You never know. So Jamie Peace, my friend, good friend on Messenger, kind of scared me a little bit, and I'm glad she did. She said that her friend was in the hospital with a feeding tube because he had a stroke because of high blood pressure, and he has a feeding tube because he cannot swallow due to his stroke. And it was from that moment on, I was like, I've just got to be more careful. Have I been perfect? Hell no. I've been shocked by what's transpired. When you don't think it could get any worse, trust me, it can. It's not if when you're a creator, it's when. I'm serious. So, let's see. Okay, so the cease and desist. I typed one up on my iPad, and then it said I had to pay $1 for a trial offer. And I'm like, well, okay, I can do that. And I was wondering how on earth I'm going to download it and this and that and the other thing. But I filled it out. And then it said every month thereafter, it's $34.99. And I'm like, what? So then I thought, well, this was a waste of time, but I learned a lot. But it's not, because I can just write it all on paper. Now, the thing is, I don't know a lot more about it. I also know and heard very closely Ernie say, and I think he was sort of inadvertently directing it, this wording or this whatever, to me. That I just took it that way. Maybe he wasn't, but he said, think about what you're going to do around, he didn't say this exactly, I'm sure, but around these lines, think about, or no, take time to think about what you're going to do before you do it. And I think he was sort of saying, is it the wisest thing when you want this to just be over, to somehow end someday, some week, some month, whatever, to possibly exacerbate the situation by having something like that served? My heart isn't in it. The fears of any kind, it's not in it. Do I feel like I may have no choice, you guys, if it goes on and on and on and on, and things get worse and worse and worse, right? Um, as far as what's being said about me on the internet and on live programs, not even taped ones, live. So the chats in there can chime in and this and that, and the other thing. I'm here to say yes, I might have to. But I also know, and anyone knows this, it's not a legal document. It is something, because I read up on it. A cease and desist letter is just a way of letting the party, the other person, know that you're serious enough about going to court to either get an anti-harassment, right, letter, or a restraining order, whatever. But it did say the person can either oblige by it, ignore it, which they may, or whatever, right? There's no guarantees with it. It's just a way of sort of letting the other person know you're serious, right? You'd like things to stop, but you have to itemize everything out. You do. You got to write everything out that you want to have stopped. You got to write down everything that's been said about you that's hurt you. You have to write down how it affected you, like in what ways in your life. And you have to write down all the different um, parts of your life it affects, right? Like if it affects you with your health, has because it's a defamation thing. It's a defamation paper thing, right? A defamation cease and desist thing. Um, there's everything from, is it affecting your work? Is it affecting your home life? Is it affecting your health? Is it affecting you financially, right? Like if someone's being defamed so much, or slandered, they get half sick and depressed, they miss work, then it'll affect them financially, right? So I found that interesting. And And then it has to be sent, you guys. Well, no, it doesn't have to be. It can either be sent by email, which, I wasn't going to do, or another way, or certified, where they have to sign for it. And there's no guarantees in any of this. So, A, is it going to make the situation worse? Probably. B, is it worth doing all of it and taking the time and all that? It's not really feeling like it. So I'm here to say I'm not planning on doing it. I'm not. But if Rose never stops and this just doesn't stop, what choice do I have? What would you guys do? What would you do? I mean, really, it's not that easy to turn a blind eye. It's not. Especially when it's live on the internet and you've got hundreds and hundreds of people against you, along with the creator. It's just facts. It's just the way it is, you guys. Oh, God. Okay, you guys, I'll be right back. I've got to grab something for my daughter. And while I'm doing that, I'll play this song just one time again. It's by Nefex. I put the name in Nefex, and all these songs came up. And they're YouTube safe, or what's the word I'm looking for? They're okay with YouTube, so that's nice. All right, let me put it on, and then I'll get what you need, okay? No, I want to help you. permission. All right. That was the instrumental to a year ago. This is
a lot of change,
with the words.
Been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I've changed for the better this time. I thought I would never be fine. I strive just to say I'm alright, and for the first time in a long time I'm alright. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I'm not falling. I'll push all my chips and call all in. I'll bet on myself, you keep stalling. I hear destiny and it's calling. I'll keep my head up high through the downs and lows, and we're all going life. Still nobody knows, but I'ma choose what's right and take what comes and goes. And ain't no one in life holding me back no more. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. Back a year ago, I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I've changed for the better this time. I thought I would never be fine. I strive just to say I'm alright, and for the first time in a long time I'm alright. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays. Way back a year ago. I'm not falling. I'll push all my chips and call all in. I'll bet on myself, you keep stalling. I hear destiny and it's calling. I'll keep my head up high through the downs and lows. And we're all going live, still nobody knows. But I'ma choose what's right and take what comes and goes. And ain't no one in life holding me back no more. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays. Way back a year ago. Back a year ago.
All right. That seems rather fitting for these last few days or weeks or whatever. There's just a few more things to cover, you guys. Just a few. I just took a peek. I'm here to say that I don't have guardianship over my son, and neither does his father. No one has guardianship. Nobody's gone to the courts to get his money signed over to them. So nobody has control of his money but him. Nobody is a payee. He is not capable or even willing to get the money order like I do up at the store and pay rent. Somebody has to take the card and do it. So it's me. I'm the adult. I know how to do it. There's nothing wrong with that. No one's keeping his card from him. But we need a roof over our head. And for 6 months now, he's been able to help with that. Thank God. Okay. Okay, it's completely, utterly false, but I think I covered this, but I'm going to do a little more detail. Nobody takes his food stamps and buys snacks with it. No. We're out of food at the end of the month. Sometime in the beginning of each month, we get food that we need for dinner. His amount is less than mine. We each have our own because he's on SSI. So to say, to even imply that I just go buy a bunch of snacks, that's ridiculous. We'd be starving, for one, if I did that. Mine comes in 6 days later. And I'm not embarrassed to be on food stamps, you guys. So many people are. Okay, this is the other thing. I was even impressed and a little bit surprised that, and it was a wonderful thing to see and hear and be present, be there and witness, because he used to have a hard time talking and believing in himself, and his self-esteem is coming back. His depression is weighing. And I think it's partially from, losing a good, amount of weight or whatever on the keto. And he's gained a little bit of it back, but that's okay. Um, I just lost my train of thought. So now I gotta, so when he used to talk, and he knows this, he doubted himself. I said this up on Ernie's last night because my ex would correct him or critique him. Why do you say that? Why do you say that every time? Why do you sound like that? Why are you talking like a, you know, whatever? And it was so bad that he would say something and go, I didn't mean to say that, right after. Anything, any little thing he said, I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to say that. And it turned almost into like an OCD thing, even. It got to the point where if he didn't say it, he'd have anxiety over it. You know, OCD supposedly is a disease of doubt. You doubt everything. And it's debilitating. It's worse than ADHD, I believe. It's worse than bipolar, I believe. Worse than depression, it's probably right up there with it. You know? So when he was talking so openly and freely to Ernie and was able to drum like that, and then, well, you notice he didn't really want to show his face. That's because he's, he feels bad. He had to have, he didn't brush his teeth like he needed to, and that can be on the autism spectrum too. But I hung up a picture, because I was told to do that. Well, put a picture on the glass or on the mirror in the bathroom, and he'll see that, and that'll remind him and get him to want to brush his teeth. I mean, every night, did you brush your teeth? Through all these years. But I'm here to say, when he stayed with his dad, it wasn't a priority. It really wasn't a concern. So, he's going through his own dental issues, and then that thing. So it really would have been nice if he could have finished the community transitions, because that had life skills too, you guys, and he could have gotten his GED. Okay, now there's talk, why on earth would I dress up as a witch? Was that wasn't this past October. Or no, yeah, it was. It was this past October. I'll tell you why. I wanted to dress up as Elvira. I don't know. I wanted to get a black wig and I wanted to be Elvira. It was just an idea. Everyone else was dressing up. All right. And that's the other thing. My kids knock. I have the door locked. That's why they knock. Otherwise, they'd just be walking in. And if I'm getting dressed, right, or undressed, or I'm doing a live, or whatever it is, I wouldn't have any privacy. So there's nothing wrong with that. My own daughter knocks, you know, she has a lock on her door. So we all have locks, and that's not a bad thing. Okay? I don't shoo him off. I don't want you guys to wait too long if I have to get something or do something. But just now he had a question. It's 10 minutes to 11 our time here. So anyway, Maria sent me a hat. I didn't ask to be a witch. I didn't even ask for a witch hat. But she figured probably I would wear it with whatever Elvira wears, right? Did not end up getting a wig. I couldn't even find one. The hat she sent me was really cool. It was black with this like red lace, burgundy lace around kind of the face area and whatnot. And Maria lives in the UK. And she didn't send me a picture and say, hey, do you want this? She just said, there's something in the mail. It'll be there in 2 days or whatever. And I was like, wow, okay. So that is why I dressed up as a witch. Before you guys judge people for what they do and their decisions, there's a reason behind it. You know, I didn't do it to upset my son. That's ridiculous. And guess what else? He didn't see me. He didn't see me. I didn't like walk right up to him or something and have him, get upset or whatever. I didn't even walk around the house. I just went up on uncensored. And it was the night of Halloween, and I think I was the only one in a costume because Huntress and Dumplin had worn theirs previous. I didn't know I was going to be the only one up there on Halloween night. Okay, and another thing. I do not wear red lipstick. Do I wear lipstick? Yes. Have I worn it my entire life? Yes. But I'm here to tell you I wear a peachy beige color. It's not some bright red that's going to remind my son of blood. Okay? So maybe that rumor can be laid to rest, or maybe it won't be. I don't know. But Parker did, once the swelling went down on one of his wrists, like I visibly saw it. I don't know. I've never noticed it before on him, so maybe that's just because he hasn't drummed in so long. I think it's been 2 or 3 years, but he literally had to rest his wrists for a couple of days. He took some Tylenol. I got out a gel pack 2 days ago, and then, 2 days ago, and then today he put like some Bengay on it. I don't know. I hope it helped. I think it did. Well, it had to have because he drummed. He did drum. All right. So I'm going to say right here, even though this man isn't, all, friendship with Dolly, with Jimmy, MK Ultra, right? He's also known as Looney Mooney, LOONIEMOONIE. He did a little video of me dancing or something and other people dancing. It was kind of cute, kind of funny. He's been really nice to me and really supportive for months now. And he did state and admit on my panel that he was my first troll. My first troll that trolled me and clipped me and kind of made fun of me, something I had never been through before. And he basically made a video saying I'm being gang stalked. And I think he's right. He's calling out cyberbullying for what it is, like I've been trying to do. I'm not ever going to sugarcoat bullying, and I don't think anyone else should, you guys. So I want to thank MK Ultra. I want to thank you very much for sticking up for me and calling out what's happening to me. So I think that's it. And did you guys notice through this entire getting close to 4-hour live, it's been 3 hours and 47 minutes. Not one time did I put my Cash App or PayPal up. Am I monetized? No. Do I have super chats? No. Do I have a wish list? No. Do I want one? Hell no. So I'm going to stick it up for a moment in case anybody would like to support this channel. I get in trouble if I mention what I need help with, so I'm not going to. Most of you already know what I need help with and why. So it's simply to support me in my channel. I have my Cash App and my PayPal if you'd like to. That's it. Those are my notes. It's been a really long live. I honestly thought it was going to be at the most 45 minutes, not even an hour. But I'm very darn detailed. I'm kind of tired, so I'm talking kind of slow. I have videos to catch up on that I haven't seen. Like I haven't seen the end of Ernie Shell's live yesterday. Mab said, "Did you see Ernie's program from this morning?" I thought it was just gone. And then that live ended up being 8 hours. And I don't know when I hopped down. Was it at a 3-hour mark, 5-hour mark? I don't know. But my voice is kind of scratchy. Apparently it was very good. So for those of you that haven't heard of Lightning Tiger, those 2 words, go sub up. Go watch it and hit the like. It's an amazing program with a lot of knowledge and a lot of laughs and some serious moments. And he fights for a good cause. So check it out. And I'm going to take this off. I'm going to say thank you, everybody. Let me go through names really quick. Looks like there's new names in here. Smiley Miley. Did I say that before? Mom of 2. Hi, everybody. I'm saying names that I didn't say before. Cindy C., The Troll Den, Joni, Hippieporium, Chris Miller. Thanks, you guys. Country Girl. The Sleuth Fairy Bush Folk. Lunch Lady. And I'm sure I've missed a lot of names, people that were in here earlier, and then hopped out. Split pea soup HBD. And then we've got MTB and MS426. A lot of M's. Oh, cotton candy. Why did I lose a wrench? Many lost a wrench. What I did was I unwrenched people that don't come over here quite as often as my other supporters, and then ones that I don't know as well, because I was really having rogue mod situations. So yeah, don't take it personal. I don't even know if you're still in here. And then you said, why did I get timed out? I didn't time you out. Nobody is supposed to be timing out, you guys, and certainly not blocking. But once again, I forgot to say it. So I apologize, Cotton Candy, for that. Hello, Misfit 420. Wow. Hi, Mark. Hey, PCT. That's nice. I thought maybe you were upset with me or something. I don't know. There's so much craziness on the internet. You don't know if you're coming or going half the darn time. Hi, Rapper. Oh, gosh. I'm tired. Hello. Let's see. Is that it for new names? Oh, hi, Gail Howie. And Crazy Chicken Lady. Thank you. That's sweet. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm trying. Yesterday, I felt like my head was just above water, to tell you the truth. And I almost felt like emotionally I was going to drown. It's one thing. Think about it, you guys. It's one thing to explain, try to convince, whatever, one person, two people, five people, try hundreds, right? Hi, Steph K. Thank you for coming over. That's nice. Hi, Kelsey. Hi, Adacor. Let's see. Sierra, are you still here, or was that a while back? Prayers for Sierra. I'm serious, you guys. Her son, is it Zion? Zion? I think it's Zion. Had to go back into the hospital. And I won't say what he's going through, Sierra, in case you haven't publicly said what your child, your teenager's going through. But I will say this, it's rather serious. So prayers for her, please. Hi, not that Amber. Yeah. Thank you. Hi, Pinkie Pie. Yeah, I did go to AA. For one, I wanted to, but for two, I had to. I had to do outpatient therapy too. It was fun. We made crafts. We talked about different topics. Oh my goodness. Hi, Evie. What happened to Rapper? Oh, wait, he's been having health issues for a long time. So somebody that Rapper knows? Prayers for Rapper's family member or friend. He's only 70. Something happened to. Yeah. Hi, Amy Lynn. Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to say really quick that if I don't accept you as a friend request, it's honestly just because I have so many. I don't have 4,000 or 10,000 or 500,000 like people out there. I have about 85. And I get back to every single person that contacts me in Messenger. I do. It may not be immediately. Sometimes it's the next day. It's with an emoji or a voice message, something. And I just don't know if I can take on like any more. You know what I mean? So I don't, oh, excuse me, I don't want people to take it personal. Like I don't notice or I don't care. You know what I mean? It's not, oh my gosh. Okay. Hi, Angelique. Hi, Chica. Hi, it's good to see you. International cybersecurity. That's intense. Yeah, it is. Tina, you sound like today's a little better. Well, sometimes you've got to throw in the towel, right? And I didn't see the end of the show, or whatever of Ernie's. I'm hoping it's a positive ending. Yeah, stress will literally make you feel sick. Thank you. Thank you, MTB. Oops. I'll probably read it all after. Why? What did I miss? Oh gosh, probably missed a lot. Hi, innocent till proven guilty. Did you notice anything? I made you top mod. You're here all the time. Lots of people have my back, but you were really filling me in on the rogue mods the other day, and I took notice and I appreciate that. So you're top or head or whatever mod. Innocent till proven guilty. Excuse me. Aw, hi, niece. Well, this is the thing. We all go through stuff in life. And yeah, I was really super angry, but for some reason, you guys, I'm not anymore. I'm burnt out. Like I really am. I mean, there's nothing else I can be called. And she's dealing with a lot of pain, a lot of heartache. It seems like, you know what I mean? Oh, is this to me? I think you took it as a slam against you and you kind of ran with that, which soured the whole vibe. What? The vibe isn't good over there now? I'm not over there, so I wouldn't know. No, I chose not to do it. I chose not to come back by the 15th. The second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seven, eight, nine, 10, 11, 12, all the way up, I was hopeful. But it got to a point where, it just wasn't going to happen. And it wouldn't have been beneficial for him either. Now, I'm here to say if he ever wants me back or I'm allowed back or I can come back, of course I'll come back. I still have all my turtle stuff. Hi, Gramazon 661. Oh, good grief. Thank you, Trace. Thank you. This is the part of you we enjoy. Thank you. Mercy Me. Hi, Mercy Me. Oh, dear. You guys, I'm so tired all of a sudden. I mean, it's only 11 and I feel like it's 1. I got some good sleep yesterday. Oh, yes, Penny, I agree. It truly saddens me to see all of the negativity on the various channels. I believe creators should strive to be positive influences. Yeah. I mean, it's almost like you have to get to a point, you guys, where you're sick and tired. You know the saying of being sick and tired. Oh, are you guys talking about when I was on Morbids? It seems like a nervous laugh. And Tina, I think you just felt uncomfortable. Or maybe you're talking about when I was up on panel. I'm not quite sure. Paisley, I'm my own boss and kiss no one's ass moon. Oh gosh. Oh. Mm. Yeah, she is a positive influence. Influence. What did I just say? Influence? I'm not even talking right. Well, hello. Hi, grilled cheese. Respectfully, hi from Africa. Hi there. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Isn't there a movie or a saying or something that goes, can't we just all get along? Who said that? Mm. Well, the thing is, at a core, I'll respond to this. Tina, you know you flirted hardcore with both DV and MAB. It it it's uncensored. I didn't know how to be, what to do, what was going to happen, who was going to come up on panel. Was MAB going to show up? Was he not? I knew Dolly Vision was going to be there. Was he going to be behind a screen? Was he going to be out front? And I did flirt. I flirted because I didn't know he had a girlfriend, and that's just facts. And I flirted because it was uncensored, and I was trying to help make it be uncensored and more kind of, what's the words, flash of the pants kind of saying or whatever. Thank you. Um, Thank you, Tough Love. Thanks. I've been noticing your support everywhere too. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Okay, Dumplin says when you put it on YouTube for the world, it becomes everyone's business. Well, it can, but it doesn't have to be. That was my point. It doesn't give people license to strip it apart. You know what I mean? And not even necessarily question the person's life. Now, if they're doing a topic like, this is just my opinion, like, on the Morphew case, yeah, dissect it. Let's strip it apart. Let's see, do we really think there's more pros or cons to bury the husband being guilty? But the creator, her or himself, I disagree. But it makes it to where we can talk about it because we have seen it. Well, people can talk about it, but it's the ongoingness of it and the anger with it and the scrutinizing and dissecting everything that, to me, makes it bullying, period. Bullying is bullying. People know if they're bullying. I can honestly say, because I said so much to Anne and I was getting a little agitated, I plumb forgot I even called her a bully. Am I denying it? No. I probably did. I don't remember it. She does, or she wouldn't have worn that hat on her program, and that's okay. Well, you did though, Dumplin'. I wrote down your exact words so I would get it right. And I'm not trying to pick a fight with anyone. Your exact words were, maybe you'll have to look back on the show if you don't believe me. You said, where is it now? You put yourself out there. Oh, yeah. You said when creators put their lives out there, or no, maybe you didn't say exactly that, but that's what I'm remembering. When you put yourself out there, right? You literally said, their lives can be picked apart. I have picked my life apart written down. And I disagree, and I'll always disagree. Okay? That's like saying, Dumplin', if you're, okay, I'll say it. That thing with Ismic, right? You were transparent. You were like, my marriage is stronger than ever. You said he and I talked more. We weren't in a good place. I think you said we've apologized, this and that, okay? What if something that difficult to go through in life, even though it brought you and your husband closer? You said that too on one of your lives. I'm not putting words in anyone's mouths. You said that on one of your lives. I think you were driving in your car or something. And this was months ago, and I remember because my long-term memory's good. My short-term sucks. What if, and some people did scrutinize it. They tried, because I heard what you said. You got a little upset and you said, no, it doesn't matter, what people say. It's over and done with. It's in the past. And it made my marriage better and stronger. Well, what if after that people jumped in your chat or on other creators and just didn't buy it? Oh, yeah, sure. You're this, you're that. You're a floozy. Yeah, we saw it in you the whole time. Screw you. And that went on day after day after day after day after day after day. Seriously. And then when that part's being scrutinized, something else could be scrutinized. Well, these are hypotheticals. I'm making a scenario here. None of this happened to you, I highly doubt. But then someone could say, well, look at the way you were dressing on panel. What did you expect? You expected Ismic to not find you attractive? You were asking for it. Blah, 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 blah. And then that goes on day after day after day after day. And the reason I'm saying it like that is, for me, that's what's happened. The same topic, the same dissected part of my life keeps being brought up. A different day, a different time, but it's the same darn thing. That's bullying. Then you add anger to it and you giggle along with it. And instead of bypassing negative comments or resolved comments about that topic, it's brought up again by someone in chat and everyone chimes in about it again. There you go. Bullying. Cyberbullying. They're both just as bad in my book. In fact, cyberbullying might be worse because you don't even know who the people are behind the avatars half the time. And because of that, you guys, people can be extra mean because they know they'll never be found out. Whereas if, you're being bullied on a playground or out in a parking lot, that's bad enough, but at least you can see who's doing it. There's so many darn secrets with all these accounts people can have. It's crazy. So anyway, I'm really glad I did this live. I wasn't going to do one till tomorrow night. I even told a couple ladies in Messenger, yeah, I'm just going to do my next show. I'm coming now. All right, I'm going to say goodnight. I need to go. Please hit the like. Please subscribe if you will. And I'll probably see you tomorrow. Thanks. Thanks for everyone being here. I really, really appreciate it. It means you care. It means you give a darn what I have to say and how I feel. Love you guys. Thank you.